the greatest spectacle in racing. Are you ready to decide who's going to line up on pole position? Front page news and your biggest win, followed by your biggest pole. Who will be crowned the 2023 Indianapolis 500 pole sitter? While the prospect of drinking the milk is on high, which one will be going home? One mistake, it cost you here. Welcome everybody to the Brickyard. It's fight or be beaten here at the Brickyard, and the tension is certainly high. Hello and welcome from a very sunny Indianapolis. There's not a cloud in the sky. We've been blessed with the best conditions as well. The week started in misery. It started with rain and washed out days. We end the first week of the month of May when we decide who runs in pole position with beautiful sunshine. Hello to all our listeners on USRN and everyone tuning in on JB Motorsports, and welcome to day 2 time trials. We are almost all set to go because the first run is heading out there. Will Power is the first one to get our qualifying underway here on Sunday afternoon, and this is how we go. Right now, this is going to be the top 12. So this will set positions, are you ready for this? Positions 7 all the way to 12. The top 6 will then progress in a few hours' time over to the Firestone Fast 6. Rosenqvist, Rossi, Palou going in there as well. There's so many names, but Josh, it's Power out first to see who he's got the measure of. And we can't wait to see what's going to happen here. Good morning.
Will Power has enough power to get into the Fast 6 as well. And just BTCC news, while we were off on the break, it has been confirmed that Dan Camis has been disqualified from the result of the post-race ride height checks, as well as Power's on his warm-up lap.
Yep, just getting everything sorted now as well, as we're just trying to find out where that errant timing tower is as well at the top of your pictures, because we need to turn that off and we can't actually find it on the timing tower. I think it's a lap counter image. There we go. We'll switch on day 2 time trials because this is now the top 12 shootout that we are experiencing here. In fact, should we rename that? I think we should rename that before Power heads on his lap times. So should this be top 12? Top 12 shootout. How's that? On the boards now.
Green
Perfect.
flag, and William saying how many laps did they get? It's the same as yesterday. It's the 4-lap average speed across 4 laps. So he's on his first one now. It's in turn 2.
Yep, Power's on. We've got his data screen open as well. Finally, 237 miles per hour as he heads down the back straight away. This is his first run of the day. He'll have 4. Everybody in this session is guaranteed 1 run, and with 12 of them, it should take about an hour. If you do, however, request another run, tough. That's it. You're not going to get any more. It's make or break in this session alone as we come into it as well. Power then for cross the line. His first lap time, 233.297 miles an hour. It's quick, Josh, but it's not the 234s we've been seeing. That's the disadvantage of running first.
Yeah, it is. You've got a little bit of a twitch out of turn 2 there. I saw just a tiny little bit, not that much. The enters turn 3 banking. Now out of turn 3, getting close to the wall, and we'll see what his lap time is. His second lap time is as he goes across the line. It's faster than lap. No, it's not. Sorry.
232.518. So his average comes down to a 232.907. I know you were thinking of that. I was looking at the same one as well, with the top 12 shootout as well. So after Power, I believe will come Rosenqvist, then Rossi, Palou as well coming through. Oh, is it already in reverse order? Yes, it is. So it'll be Pedersen next as well out on the circuit.
Yeah.
On our timing tower.
Three red cars kicking off the top 12.
How good is that? Watch out for Santino Ferrucci as well. He was fastest in the practice session we just had. Third lap speed, 2:32.640. That puts his average at 2:32.818. So this is a strong opening from Power, but sadly it might just be enough to kick him out of the opener here. Remember, it is top 6 that progress to the Firestone Fast 6. Positions 7 to 12 are locked in for this run here in the 500. And after that, we just all go with it.
Yeah, what I can say is that lap 3 is faster than lap 2 as he comes towards the checkered flag.
He's done it. It's a lap 4 faster as well. It's a 2:32.098. So his average speed for Power's first run is a 2:32.635. He's our first of the top 12 to take in the run. And next up as well, coming out the circuit, will be the 55 of Pedersen as well. Right, let's go down to the pit lane.
Speeds were up. Could they challenge Scott Dixon's 4-lap record from last year at 2:34.0? Dixon going for his 3rd straight Indianapolis 500 pole. Right behind him, you have Rinus VeeKay. They had an engine issue in practice this morning. They think everything is okay there. Alex Palou, another Ganassi car, has been one of the best throughout the month of May, and so good. He could be a threat for pole. And Alexander Rossi, McLaren, very strong. Rossi was the fastest in practice yesterday. So Dylan Welch, those are the big names that everyone's talking about, but could there be a surprise pole winner today?
Absolutely, Marty. It may very well come from one of these AJ Foyt racing cars. Santino Ferrucci behind us up in a couple of cars. His teammate Benjamin Pedersen set the fastest no-toe lap of the month earlier this morning in practice, and Santino, who has finished in the top 10 here in every single race he's run here, feels like this is maybe the best car he's ever had here. So these cars really, really good, really fast, and some of the other drivers in the garage area too said if you guys are looking for a dark horse pick to potentially sit on the pole position, it may very well come from AJ Foyt Racing later on today.
And now Pedersen's going to get his green flag lap time out this as well. I want to... Veruktika asking as well. Hello again, Veruktika. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. Let me know if I am or not. Santino 2:35? Yes, Santino did get a 2:35 as he gets the green flag now for Benjamin Pedersen as well. Coming through into turn 1, takes a low line, doesn't clip it too much on the white solid line as he sweeps it back through. It's looking absolutely beautiful so far. 2:32 exit speed as he heads down the back straightaway as well. Now this is your one and only shot really in the top 12 shootout. You can get a little bit of time to go again. There is a little bit, but usually it's one or not. You're guaranteed one run as well in this format, so basically it's a lot of pressure. The same for the last 6 shootout we're going to see later on as well for the final row. Cross the line for the first lap. It's a 2:33.137. He was faster, Josh, than Will Power's first time.
Yeah, and that's going to be important for Benjamin Pedersen as he continues his second lap exiting turn 2. Now goes down the back straight as well. So that is going to be really important for Pedersen as he exits the final couple of corners for his lap 2 speed. We'll see it as he comes past the yard of
There's his mother watching on in the pit lane.
2:32.869, which puts his average speed at 2:33.003, which keeps him first with still 2 laps to go.
Yep, average speed is still quicker by 0.4 of a mile an hour to Power as well. With 2 laps to go, he can just about hold it together. Keep your fingers crossed. He only uses 0.2 of a mile an hour on both these next runarounds. Lap 3 coming in as well towards the line. He's taking a little twitch on the exit, a 3 towards 4. He's cutting the white line as well as he comes up high on the banking exit across the yard of bricks. White flag in the air. What's the lap 3 speed, Josh?
It's a 2:33.657, which makes his average speed a 2:32.888.
That's the same. Whoa, that is very close. Put my signet ring back on as well. It's very close then to the time that Power had. So Pedersen's going to be really pushing here. The rookie in the top 12 shootout as well. Can he do anything in the 55 for AJ Foyt Enterprises, the team that has really sort of returned from the ashes of defeat to come back up here across the line? What is his average time? Lap 4 speed, takes the checker flag, 2:32.026, average time 2:32.671, and he takes it by just a few halves of a mile an hour. So it is Benjamin Pedersen on top on his first attempt as well. Congratulations to the team there.
That was good from Pedersen, around 400ths of a mile per hour in it. Up next, I do believe it is the number 8 of Marcus Ericsson. That is number 9 of Scott Dixon in his car, just waiting, but we're going down with willpower.
Turn 1 wall and had to lift. But apart from that, it was pretty solid. Maybe got the gear wrong. I shifted down a gear too early, but I got the lights for it, so maybe too much soft limiter. It's looking like it's going to be super tight. But yeah, it is what it is. Did my best.
And so for next week then, the car that you've seen in race trim, feeling good about another one next weekend?
Yeah, I mean, the car's been really good in race trim. There's a lot of other guys that are all really good too. I think in race trim, everyone's a lot more even. Which they're even in qualifying too, so super tight series. It'll be a dogfight next weekend for sure.
Thanks to Willpower, reigning champion Steve. Qualifying is done for him. On to the big show next weekend, Steve Letarte.
Well, you could hear the question mark of Willpower's voice. Yesterday, it was a long-standing qualifying day. You can make adjustments. You could get multiple runs. But as the pressure builds, so does the opportunity. The opportunity dwindles. Just one shot today in the Fast 12. You can hear Willpower talking about the decisions behind the wheel. You look at the faces of the crew members. The focuses are here. This is down to more of a standard qualifying procedure, right? There's no abort. There's no plan B. Every aero decision, every shift decision, the gearing decisions. You look back here, Felix Rosenqvist, the last guy to run in the Fast 12. He's going to have to see what each of them do diff and what the mark will be to advance into the Fast 6.
Marcus Ericsson is starting a lap time now as well, the Indy 500 champion from last year. He's on his first attempt, coming through turns 1 and 2. Now, can he take the number 8 as well for Chip Ganassi racing to the top? He's got a tough competition from Sato as well, and the McLarens, Josh.
Yeah, it'll be good to see where Marcus Ericsson puts his number 8 car, Husky Chocolate car as well. It's an amazing lap 1. It's a 233.825 miles per hour.
Fantastic opening lap speed from Marcus Ericsson, putting himself right up there. Remember, this isn't to set the pole position. This is to set the fastest 6 drivers to go through into the Firestone Fast 6. Runs later on this evening to decide pole position. And also, this session, the top 12 shootout, sets positions 7 to 12. So there's an awful lot still on the line here as well. Positions 13 to 30 were locked in yesterday. That put Catherine Legg in by the skin of her teeth to the 500. Across the line, lap 2 speed, Josh, it's 2:33.272. He's still up massively on his overall time, 2:33.548.
Absolutely incredible couple of laps as well for Marcus Ericsson. Good couple of laps. He's entering turn 3 now, exiting turn 3, going towards turn 4. We'll see what his lap 3 speed is as he comes across the line to take the white flag. It's a 2:32.529. It is still a very, very good lap time. His average speed 2:33.207.
So presuming he loses 2 tenths on this last run as he's taken the white flag, this is going to be a new pole time for the top honours on our 3rd run. So 2:33.207 is the average at the moment. Chip Ganassi is smiling, watching on down on pit road as well. Ericsson into 3, last corner at 4, takes it low, nearly chipping the concrete section as well, nearly touching the wall at the exit as well. Cross the line for Ericsson, takes the checkered flag and jumps up to top. 2:32.889 average time. Fantastic fantastic time. 0.2 of a miles an hour faster than Pedersen and Power. Ericsson to the top and secures himself, I believe, in the top 6. We're not seeing yet, Josh. The track's not there yet for the 2.33s, even 2.34s we were seeing yesterday in the average times.
Yeah, it's not there yet, but as the Fast 12 continues and more cars go out on track, it will improve. But next up, we've got a fan favourite, Santino Ferrucci.
Let's hear from Pedersen first in the pits.
It's Tony Stewart, and other than Tony Stewart in 1996, where have the Foyt cars found all this speed?
Man, there are so many reasons why we found speed. You know, the hats off to the whole team, every mechanic for working so hard, making sure every little detail is as Indy 500 special as possible. Engineers, everybody working together. So, yeah, very fortunate to have a car like I do for being a rookie. But we're here. We're in the Fast 12. We had a good run. So all the focus is on getting to Fast 6 and then having some fun there.
Dylan, this is going to be his best IndyCar start ever, and he went down to try to help the 14 team.
Best for Santino Ferrucci as well, no matter what. Here was some radio before you rolled.
Remember, we still got to race this thing. We don't want to do anything dumb. Got to race on Sunday.
That's exactly it. He said, we can qualify really, really high up here, but I want to win next Sunday, and to do that, we might have to be a little bit conservative today. We'll see what he's got.
Yep. Green flag in the air then. We are go, go, go once again. And let's see what Santino Ferrucci can do. Reputation of a crasher. He brought out the red flag in his debut here back in 2020. And he's got close to the wall there as well, Josh, through turn 1 and turn 2. But it's a very good high speed as he heads down the back straightaway towards 3 and 4.
Yeah, he has as close as they dare in the Firestone Fast 12, and even closer as they dare in the Firestone Fast 6 later on. His turn 3 speed, 240 miles per hour. It's a 234.581.
This is what we were talking about in practice with this guy. He just does not quit. Santino Ferrucci, after being disgraced in Europe, held his hands up, reformed his character, came to IndyCar, and has been absolutely flying. And AJ Foyt Enterprises, for the first time in so long, have got a car that is switched on in the Brickyard. And it's in the red, white, and blue with the stars and stripes. Lap 2 speed is coming up, but that is going to take some beating. At 234.581, it is 0.6 faster than anything we've seen so far today. Across the line, lap 2, it's a 234.229. His average speed is 234.405. If this is a run for the pole, then you think he's too early. This is incredible. We've got the Firestone Fast 6 later, and I think Josh is going to be even faster.
This is absolutely insane. We could be looking at your 107th running of the Indianapolis 500 pole sitter right now. Santino Ferrucci absolutely flying. Let's see what his lap 3 speed is as he comes towards the yard of bricks to take the white flag.
It's a 2:33.684. It is still faster than what we saw the lap time for Benjamin Pedersen and Will Power do. So this is an amazing run. Average speed's at 2:34.1. I don't think he's going to lose too much time to Ericsson. He may now back off after proving he can run it at the high speeds to then save the car ready for a run later in the Fast 6. But this has certainly put number 14, Santino Ferrucci, into it. Car looks a bit unsteady into 4, but the team at AJ Foyt look absolutely delighted. He's nearly crossing the line. Across it he comes at the yard of bricks, and Santino Ferrucci at 2:33.154. Average time 2:33.911.
For AJ Foyt Racing.
Getting a little nervous there, fourth lap.
And that's a good first lap, he says. Are we going to see anything? Is it possible that AJ Foyt and a livery of the Stars and Stripes could be on pole position for the 500? And he was pushing to the limit. But I tell you what, Josh, I think he's got more to give in that car. The second laps, 3 and 4, I think he was just easing it off a bit. There's more in that car.
You don't want to risk it in the Firestone Fast 12. You just want to get a good 4 laps to make sure you are in the Firestone Fast 6. That's what he's done down to Marcus Ericsson.
Lacking a little bit on that run, Marcus.
I think consistency, obviously also a bit of the big first lap was not big enough, but I've just all weekend really been struggling to do 4 laps. You know, it's been an issue pretty much every day, and this morning I did 3 really good laps and then had a big moment in turn 1, so we tried to make sure we could do 4 consistent laps. We did that. I mean, we did okay. I could stay flat for 4 laps, but I just had too much sliding. The car, you start sliding the lap 3 and 4, and that just slows you down around here. So, yeah, not perfect, but I was still happy and sort of proud of our effort.
That sliding, by the way, Marty, that is the information that he passed on to his teammates who are yet to qualify.
Dave, so much focus on the Indianapolis 500. Qualifying is on the speed and the cars, but let's talk about the human element. You heard the drivers at the top of the show talk about how nerve-wracking these 4 laps are, how they have to work themselves up for it. Pato O'Ward told me this morning, not me. The faster, the better. And Hinch, I've got to believe, as you see Ferrucci get out of his car, that there's something in that. There's maybe a little bit of something there when the driver says, I embrace all of this speed and all of this danger.
I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly as well, with Jakim as well, who says, wondering if McLaren will be quicker than that. I don't think they will. We'll see in a minute, because Pato O'Ward is about to get the green flag shortly as well. Matthew as well saying Dixon will do it in 3 years in a row. Let's have a quick look. El Bar Woman says Santino Ferrucci reminds me of when AJ Foyt had Robbie Gordon as a protege as well. Looks absolutely like that as well. As we get the green light this time away for Pato O'Ward, as someone who I've got down as a possible picker winner for next weekend's race as well. He's looked tidy all weekend long. Can we see him get into the Firestone Fast 6? Problem is, Josh, we've got 4 McLarens, only 6 spots, and they have been so fast. They had all 4 inside the top 8 yesterday.
They have been really fast. They need to do better than all 4 in the top 8 as well. He comes across the yard of Briggs. It's a 2:34.34. Pato O'Ward is flying.
O'Ward is not quicker than the opening lap for Ferrucci, but it's certainly putting him up there at the moment with a P1. 2:34.340. McLaren 0.2 mile per hour slower than Ferrucci with O'Ward, but this lap time, remember, is only enough to put him in the Firestone Fast 6. But there is 4 McLarens that are equally as fast as well that have got to run in this session. So this is where the 500 gets really, really tense and interesting. Out of the last corner as well at turn 4, riding it high up towards the banking wall on the right-hand side of the track as well. Cross the line, lap 2, 2:33.612. That puts his average down to a 2:33.975. As we know, the top is a 2:33.911. So at the moment he's still top, but I think O'Ward might have to settle for at least 3rd, behind maybe even Ericsson.
Yeah, Pato O'Ward dropped off a lot from lap 1 to 2. But he comes round the banking at turn 3, onto the banking at turn 4, exits turn 4. White flag will be in the air this time as Pato O'Ward comes across the line. Let's see what his lap 3 speed is. White flag in the air. It's a 2:32.813. which puts his average speed 2:33.586. He's dropping a lot.
Yeah, and he was robbing the concrete through 1 and almost putting the wall at the exit as well. O'Ward is trying to find the limit everywhere as well, and he's twitching at the exit of 2. So that McLaren is not looking stable in the corners as well. It's diving upwards as well. So it's like he's hitting an invisible barrier that's pulling the car up as well. Takes a low line through 3. It looks a bit more careful. What about turn 4? The tightest of the lot. Just a few corners, a bit different. He's okay towards the wall. Checker flag in the air then. It won't be P1. Ferrucci's got that covered. Is it even going to be P2 again of Ericsson? It is P2. It's a 2:33.229 for Pato O'Ward to put him comfortably in 2nd position. So that gets him in the Firestone Fast 6, we think.
Mr. Reed on downforce and balance for teammates.
All right, this is going to be fun. Ferrucci's still smiling, and he's got reason to. Right, Sato is up next. Let's hear from Ferrucci.
Make sure you can race it. Did you send it?
I wouldn't call that sent. I'd call that calculated.
Whoa.
But, dude, it's the conditions without the wind. It's different. That's about the closest I've ever been to the wall on a qualifying run for 4 laps consistent. Those are definitely the fastest 4 laps of my life. But I'm hoping we get to do it one more time, man. I want to break history, and I want this damn pole.
Is this a potential pole car? Is there more in it?
I don't know how much more we can squeeze out of our Homes for Troops Chevrolet here, but we're going to try everything we can at this point. I mean, pole's pole. I'd love to see an AJ Foyt car on the front row.
Hey, right now, that might be enough. We got to see if somebody can top Santino Ferrucci, Steve.
Well, Townsend, the team, the Aero McLaren team of Felix Rosenqvist, a teammate to Pato O'Ward, they saw the consistency or the lack of out of Pato. 3 big turns of rear wing going into Felix, the last car to run today. So that grip or lack of over 4 laps being adjusted by a teammate. Back to what you were saying, that information being radioed back very quickly.
And so that's helpful, Steve, to be able to learn off your teammates. But like we talked about, the gears in that car would have been set.
Just want to quickly, before Sato starts his lap time, how many tries do they get, says Bro. Well, they all get 1 official try as well. And then after that, it's a little bit complicated of whether they want to go for another run or whether they'll be allowed to. We'll get into that. But they all get 1 official try to qualify for the top 12 as well. Remember, the fastest 6 go through for the top 6 shootout to decide the pole sitter in 3 hours' time as well. Right now, this session right here, this is setting positions 7 to 12. So that's how it all runs. Sato is on a green flag lap time as well. He's looking very competitive at the moment as well as they through. Matthew says, I got Peacock for my birthday. Then enjoy and switch on our coverage for the timing and tracking and all our data screens as well. Cross the line. Sato's first lap is a 2:33.907. That puts him second fastest at the moment. Now that worries Power. Power might not make it into the fast 6 at the moment. He had the slowest time, Josh, of the day, and it's looking like the first out is going to be first out in the running order for this fast 6.
Looks like it with Will Power. Didn't have enough power, it looks like, to get into the fast 6, but we'll have to see if he is able to sneak in a second run. Sato coming towards the line, his second lap speed, a 2:33.411. His average speed, that makes it a 2:33.659. Still currently ranked at second as he goes through turn 2 on for the 3rd time.
Nice and tight as well, and the exit is leaving quite a lot of room actually, so this is looking good then as he heads in towards turn 3 and 4 as well. Sato continuing to push. Entrance speed at 238 miles an hour through turn 3, exit speed 232. Can he get enough of it down that straightaway? What's the 3rd lap average speed time before getting the white flag? White flag in the air, lap 3 speed is, Josh?
It is a 2:32.817, which puts his average speed at 2:33.378. He's still second, is the 11 of Takuma Sato on his final lap.
Vertuka as well says Sato is solid, should be in top 6 as well. We're about to find out as he enters turn 3 and 4 to get the checkered flag across the yard of bricks. Is he going to be fast to secure himself a spot? At the moment, the computer's putting him in net P2. Will he stay there? Checkered flag is out for Takuma Sato. It's a 2:32.262 on his last run. That puts him 3rd overall with a 2:33.098 average time. So that puts Power now, after 6 runs at the back, in 6th position. Pedersen is 5th, Ericsson 4th, Sato 3rd, O'Ward 2nd, and Ferrucci is still number 1 out there as well. So Power might not make it, which means Penske, I don't think they're going to like this. They're not going to have a driver in the fast 6. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's not good for Penske, is it? And what happened yesterday as well with Team Penske, not good. But we are going down with O'Ward.
Is a 2:33.2 good enough to get you to the fast 6?
I don't know, man. Ferrucci had a monster run there. That's really, really strong with the conditions. I think we'll be right on the bubble. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we can stay there, I guess, or we can get bumped a little bit. I hope it's good for 5-6. We can then make it a little bit better for the next try, next attempt. I think we missed it there a little bit. It started getting really, really wiggly. Yeah, it's cool, man. I mean, it's fast, but we just got to make it a little bit better.
All right, that's what they'll try to do if they can make it to the fast 6, guys.
Thanks very much. And guess who's out there? It's Tony Kanaan going for his last ever Indy 500 qualifying session. He's made it through by the skin of his teeth, literally, into the top 12 shootout. I've said that a lot today, but it just proves how much day one really was a nail biter. And it had the time that Kanaan and Ed Carpenter were exactly the same time, 232.640 miles an hour. So now we're going to see the top 6 highlighted. That puts us in with Ferrucci, O'Ward, Sato, Ericsson, Pedersen and Power. Anyone below that will not be in. Green flag in the air for Tony Kanaan in his last ever appearance at the Brickyard. Can he get into the fast 6 as he's good at turn 1? Exit speed 235, Josh, as he comes through 2. Down low, 237 I saw, 234 at exit. Looking good.
Yeah, kept holding 241 for a tiny little bit through turn 1 when he entered. Tony Kanaan still 241 going through turn 3, going into turn 4 now. Let's see how smooth he is. We'll get his turn 1 speed shortly as he goes towards the finish line. Wow!
234.001! McLaren have come to party! And America love that! The Brickyard cheer in the background of the telephone shot! Right, what are we going to see? This is certainly a fast 6 performance. The 4 McLarens might have the power, and can O'Ward keep it up there as well? Because after this, we've got Dixon, VeeKay, Palou, Rossi and Rosenqvist. It's not over yet, and there's a lot of time, Josh. This McLaren looks on the ball. Kanaan looks on the ball as well. He wants to have an actual shot at the 500. Lap 2 speed, 233.543 across the line of bricks. That puts him 233.772 as average speed, and that puts him P2 overall. This is a great run, Josh, from Tony Kanaan.
Yeah, he still has 2 laps to go, though. He dropped half a mile per hour from lap 1 to lap 2. We'll see how much he drops from lap 2 to lap 3 in momentarily as he enters turn 3. But an amazing run, still holding 241.
239 coming through turn 3, fastest I've seen on the entry speed. We've had a 240 from Ferrucci, but Kanaan was a 239. O'Ward was 241. Crossed the line. He's still second. Lap 3 speed, 232.967. Average speed of a 233.503. Kanaan is still in the mix as he takes the white flag through 1 and 2.
His average can drop half a mile per hour and he will still be second. This is incredible from TK, his last ever Indy 500, as he comes round the couple of turn 3 and turn 4, the couple last corners. He's exiting turn 4 towards the line.
Checkered flag in the air for the 66 of Tony Kanaan. It's not his age. Could it be? Across the line. Indeed, to remember, he's 4th. He's into the top 6. 233.076. He dropped a mile an hour on the last lap. 1.2 mile an hour on the last lap, to be precise. Is that enough to put Kanaan through? Oh, it's a bit close, but that's a decent performance for the fast 12 qualies.
Next up,
did he make a mistake at 1? We didn't see it. He touched the concrete a little bit, got the car drifting, yeah.
Wiggling.
That's what cost him 1.2 through turn 1 there on the start of the last lap. Just a small wiggle up towards the line. 1.2 mile an hour gone like that. Oh, this is going to be fun. This is so much energy. This is only, let's go down to Sato.
Just to get another qualifying run today in the Firestone Fast 6.
Well, I would like so. You know, I'd like to be so. Obviously, that's a team's goal, and we trying flat out for the with my teammates, and we'll see. I mean, its condition is a little tough. You could definitely do it a big lap on the 1 lap, but then the consistency at the moment, it looks like is the key.
Marty, Takuma Sato was qualified inside the top 10 for this race twice. He won it both times.
Kevin, the month of May started with Scott Dixon as the favorite to win the pole for the 107th Indianapolis 500. He's won back-to-back pole positions here for the 500. But when I talked to him after practice this morning, I said, how do you feel about the chances to get a 3rd straight pole? He said, quote, just okay. He said, we're a couple of adjustments away. If they haven't quite hit it yet on the 9 car, we'll see if they made the right adjustments as he gets ready to take the green for his 4 laps.
Dixon takes the green. Away we go for Scott Dixon and the Chip Ganassi Racing. Now Chip Ganassi, McLaren and AJ Foyt have been the three cars that have really been performing here this week in the month of May. It's been Penske who have literally just scraped through with Will Power as well. So we're going to see what they've got to deal with as we head down the back straight away. Can we see Dixon anywhere near the top runs of Santino Ferrucci, who have sort of... AJ Foyt just woke up yesterday and chose violence as well. They were definitely sandbagging during the week.
241 entrance speed into turn 3.
I've just had a look at my laps and you're right, Dixon's going to come across the line. Is it going to be anywhere near the 234.581 across the line? Into 234.342 for Dixon on the first lap. He is charging it up the front as well. That's right. All bets are off for qualifying. They are too close to call. This is only to get into the Firestone Fast 6. God knows what we're going to see later when we get into the top 6 Firestone shootout. Everyone's watching.
This isn't even for the pole. Let's see what Scott Dixon's second lap time is as he exits the bank at turn 4. Down towards the yard of bricks is a 233.887, average speed 234.114.
He's still going to the top then, is Dixon. If he can keep this going, if he only loses 0.2 mile an hour, should be possible, but he is losing a fair bit right there. I think he's lifting. He knows he's got the average time to stay in there. He knows he's got the determination to go into it. But this is looking good. Did I see a 242? You did see a 242. He is on the course here. He was the fastest of all through the turn 3 speed at 241.8. Can we see any different across the line? Lap 3, 232.814. Average speed 233.679. It's dropped him down to second as he takes the white flag.
This is absolutely amazing for Scott Dixon. Got way too close for comfort to the wall there on the entrance to turn 2.
This is looking strong as we head down the back straight away. Chip Ganassi have come to play. It's their turn to see who's going to be in the Firestone Fast 6. This is really the business end of qualifying. Oh, he had to lift a little bit through 3. The car wanted to go in the wall. Dixon's got the push across the yard of bricks in 3 seconds time. Where is it for Dixon? It's firmly in second place. McLaren have to raise their game. 2:23.438 for Dixon. Ferrucci's time still unbeaten, but it is Dixon through as well. But that is also Marcus Ericsson right on the bubble. Power is out, so is AJ Foyt out. That is going to be Benjamin Pedersen. So one will go through. But Chip Ganassi, well, they've got one car in at least, maybe 2, but this is going to get tense now as we keep on going. Let's go down pit road.
Maybe 3.
Oh, that's true.
Determination to speed over to the box like I haven't seen all week long. What was your situation?
Oh, we need to talk to the other guys to try to help them out. We want to put this team on the pole, so my run was okay. We were a little too aggressive, I think, and the drop-off was big, but we took stabs between the 3 cars, and I felt a responsibility to help my 2 teammates. We still have a chance to change stuff on the line there. They're the last 2, so hopefully we have a McLaren team on the pole.
Okay, now this part is over. How would you like to be in the Fast 6? Where is he right now, guys? I didn't see, Lee. Where does he stand?
He's 5th. Tony's
He's 5th. Okay, so you rank 5th right now. You'd be okay going again, wouldn't you, if that holds?
100%, but it's not going to hold. So we'll be probably on the 4th row, but it is what it is. The year that I won here, if I remember right, I started 12, so we're already there.
Okay, he's looking for that number now.
So, sorry, we've got 4 to go, correct? VeeKay, Palou, Rossi, and Rosenqvist. That confirms Ferrucci and Dixon are in the Fast 6 already.
Yeah, well, out on track now is Rinus VeeKay. He had engine issues in the practice, which happened just before this. We'll see how he is as he comes towards the green flag.
This might help Kanaan a little bit as well, and Ericsson, because how much is this repaired car coming into turn 1 and 2? Has VeeKay's issues been fixed as well for Ed Carpenter Racing? This was practice earlier on if you're watching with NBC Pictures and on Sky F1. Smoke coming out of the back of the car as well as some sparks. A little bit of oil leak as well, had to be towed back to the pits. They've been working with microscopic engineering for the past 2 hours, and hopefully they've got it sorted. But this right now is game time. Lap 1 speed is coming up as he comes out of turn 4 to take the first lap. Is it quick? Have they repaired the car? It's a 2:34.505. Boy! Wow. Have they repaired it? That's equaling Ferrucci. Well done, team, says Mum. And this is looking great for VeeKay. He'll get himself in to the Firestone Fast 6.
Yeah, he's just got to keep it clean, keep it consistent, has Rinus VeeKay as he comes down the back straight in towards turn 3. He starts in 241. I don't see a 242 going in towards turn 3. But what I do see is speed.
Well, like Cars and Lightning McQueen, Rinus VeeKay is the Flying Dutchman across the line. It's a 2:34.012. He's matched. Brilliant. He's kept the 2:34 going. What is this speed? A car that had an engine problem mere hours ago is topping the timesheets. Unbelievable. This one, well, Ferrucci and Dixon are already in, but can the Flying Dutchman of Rinus VeeKay do anything about it? Where's Synthel? Get him on right now! What's lap 3? Coming across, white flag, 2:33.544. Average 2:34.02. He's currently ranked at number 1. Surely this will be second.
0.1. Yeah, he's got 0.1 of a mile per hour. He needs to keep it really, really consistent. Does Rinus VeeKay on his last lap. White flag in the air. He goes down the back straight.
Top 3.
In towards turn 3. Let's see what his top speed is. 240, 241.
241.491. That's quick. That's mega quick. Through 3. Out of the last corner. What can we see from Rinus VeeKay? Anywhere inside the top 3 confirms him in the top 6. Later, it's second. 2:33.801 average. A car that was in pieces barely an hour ago is just gone second fastest. Unbelievable. Ferrucci, VeeKay, Dixon confirmed in the fast 6, facing the chop. Kanaan, Sato and O'Ward. Out is Ericsson, Pedersen and Power. Palou, Rossi, Rosenqvist to come. Let's go on pit road.
Required to run a speed like that, even though they abruptly had to end practice. Great work by the Ed Carpenter Racing Group to give Rinus VeeKay a shot at the Fast 6. Dylan?
Scott Dixon is now locked into the Fast 6 with only 3 more going. So in a run like that, are you showing all you have? Is there some learning involved in the first run in this kind of format?
You're always learning. That was pretty on the limit, both I think on probably overall downforce and then even balance. Probably the last 3 laps I was hanging on pretty tight there. But yeah, it's great to make it to the Fast 6. There's definitely some cars out here at the moment that seem to be carrying a ton of speed. So we'll try and figure out some more directions here to try and help us gain. Unfortunately, I think it's about a half mile now.
How much do you pay attention to what others are doing, especially if it's a totally different manufacturer, what McLaren and Chevy are doing?
Yeah, it's a little difficult, looking that far out, especially if it's not in the same wheelhouse. Really, you only get the direction from your own team. So, we went pretty aggressive on that run. We can maybe tone it down a little bit, get the scrub down a little bit, but we're going to be fighting over small amounts right now.
Scott Dixon is going to have a chance to tie Mears with number 6, and no one's ever won 3 poles in a row here.
Green flag is out here, and we get going for one of the fastest young Spaniards on the planet. It's a former champion of the NTT IndyCar Data Series. It's Alex Palou, and he's going for pole position. First, he's got to go into the Firestone Fast 6. He's taken the green flag. Turn 1 speed was at, what was it? Yeah, my screen is saying, where is he? 2:38.673 through turn 1. Josh looking quite quick.
Yeah, of course, he won the GMR Grand Prix. If you win the GMR Grand Prix, you have a good chance to win the Indy 500. It seems like it's a 2:34.812.
Wow! 2:34.812! Wow! Jim Ganassi have put it in Alex Palou! The fastest
Incredible.
time! The fastest time of the week! Oh, this is unbelievable! The fastest fastest time. He'll go through for sure. He doesn't matter what he does here. Chip Ganassi is nodding along. Dixon and Palou are going to be in 100%.
Yeah.
What? Look at he's holding his heart as well. He can't take the pressure.
2:34.1.
How is he doing this? How? Well, we've had our voices gone, not on the touring cars as we thought today, but in the Indy 500. 2:34.134. Average time 2:34.472. Fastest time we've seen this week in qualifying trim. We've seen higher, of course, in the toes, but in qualifying trim, that's it right there. Wow.
I said this with Santino Ferrucci. I've said it. I'll say it with Alex Palou. We could be looking at our Indy 500 pole sitter. White flag in the air. It's a 2:33.264. It's a 2:34.068 average speed. He's still top.
Your gains turned back on, by the way. So, still top on the board as they come to have an attack. The checker flag will be out. This is certainly a P1 run for Alex Palou. Has he done anything to make any errors? Surely not. He's only got to beat a 2:33.9 and he takes P1. How much speed has he got on this last run? Has he not blistered the tyres? Palou comes across the line. He might have lifted as he takes the checkered flag. It's enough to get him in. It's P3. 2:33.779. The best run still coming from Ferrucci, but I bet Palou just backed off there. So, 2 to go. We've confirmed Dixon, Pato, VeeKay and Ferrucci in the fast 6. And now, facing the boot is O'Ward and Sato. Kanaan is out, Ericsson's out, Pedersen's out, Power's out. And now, it's Rossi v Rosenqvist. McLaren versus McLaren to do blood with each other as we head down pit road.
Yep, and yesterday he told us after his qualifying run, his favorite part of qualifying was when it's over. But I just reminded you, you're going to have to do it again later today because you're going to be in the Fast 6.
It's a good way. It's a good way to extend. Very happy. This morning was a bit tough. Had some issues, but the 21 crew, Bidnow crew, they gave me their A game, and car was, we even had time to spare. So engine felt great, car felt great, and all I had to do was stay flat for 4 laps and hit my marks, and I did just that. So pretty happy, and conditions are going to be a bit different at the end of the day when we do a Fast 6. So yeah, we'll see.
Take us forward to that with increased heat in the track, with increased heat of the day. What will that do to the balance and the handling of your race car? And we might not see that top speed again, but it'll still be fast.
It's going to be fast. We expected it to be less fast, actually. It's the hottest we've had it since Friday. So we haven't done qualifying trim with these conditions. But no, this team has so much experience. They say something, I do it. I don't even question them. So no, I'm very happy, and to be honest, did not expect this morning.
Their wish is his command, Marty, and he puts it into the Fast 6.
Dave, we saw Tony Kanaan run to the timing stand to share how tough laps 3 and 4 were on his run. This is that information being relayed to Alexander Rossi. Listen on the radio.
It's looked pretty exciting for both teammates. Tony's looked like it hung in better, but they both had pretty sketchy last laps. My impression is I should go more than even Tony.
So temperatures at 124. How difficult and challenging is lap 3 and 4 on a qualifying run?
Seems to be quite difficult at the moment, but we are going for it as well. Here comes Alexander Rossi, Josh, in his first lap time speed. Can he pick out even O'Ward or Sato, or is he going to fall short?
We'll have to see what his lap 1 speed is. That gives us a general idea of where he'll be. It's a 2:34.041. Really
quick stuff as well. Through the braking zone. You're deafening me. I think it's your bus mix. You might just turn your bus mix down when you go really high. As they come across, 2:34.041 on the board as well. To deafen me as well. That's really good. This is looking really great. When you are saying it's better than the 500 TV. Yep, seems to be. Turn 1 speed as well, as we see for Rossi, 2:38.184. So far this is put in P1, but he's going to lose the average time quite quickly. Lap 2 speed for Rossi, and it's dropping him. Computers predict him third across it. It goes third with a 2:33.559 as well. That's average 2:33.8. Oh, that's closing it in as well. You've got to be quicker than a 2:33.098. That was what Sato did. And I reckon, Josh, he could actually miss it. It's looking likely he could.
Yeah, lap 2 speed of 2:33.559. Average speed of 2:33.8 exactly.
Whoa, big wiggle coming out of 3. The front of the car just sort of stepped away. Managed to pick it up. That's going to cost him a few miles per hour for sure. And he nearly hit the wall coming out to 2:33.013. So look how much time he lost. He's put in P4 on the white flag.
2:33.013 was his lap 3 speed, 2:33.537 his average, which as you said puts him currently P4. We'll have to see what his final speed is, see if he can keep it consistent and keep it P4.
Coming out the last couple of corners there and keep it on the accelerator. It's P4 at the moment. Remember, at this instant, with only one left out on the track, a top 5 will do it for you, but you've got to beat Sato. You've got to push O'Ward at the brink point as well. Where do we see for Alexander Rossi across the line? Oh, it's only 6th. He bumps Takuma Sato in Chip Ganassi, but it's only a 2:33.110 mile per hour average speed. So Sato is out, Kanaan, Ericsson, Pedersen and Power out. Rosenqvist the last one, but Rossi's on the cusp.
Now here's the question. Is he given...
What do you think, Josh? That was really close.
Yeah, if Rosenqvist gets into the top 6, then that is Rossi out. And there is Rosenqvist ready and is rolling on his out lap. He'll then do a warm-up lap and then he'll take the green flag just like everybody else. But it's Alex Palou.
Is there more available to improve on that?
It's gonna be tough. Man, we tried. We saw the speeds from Santino and VeeKay. We knew it was gonna be tough and close, but yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that so far. The target was to get into a fast 12. We got 2 cars in the fast 12, so it's good for the Ganassi crew, and hopefully you can make a couple of adjustments and fight for pole, but it's going to be tight.
And the IndyCar Championship leader also can score extra points. That's in play here today. Dylan.
Benefit of not only making the fast 12 yesterday, but being the fastest. You're the last one to go out and make an attempt for the fast 6. Get all that feedback from your teammates. Here was the radio transmission to Rosenqvist about what they're changing.
All right, bud, so we decided on downforce. Let's put it in the car. It's 20 pounds more than yesterday. They're going to be super happy with that. Pump it up.
So they made adjustments on 2 of the 3 cars after the Aero McLaren teammates went out. Added rear wing after Pato, that 20 pounds of downforce. Adjusted air pressure after Kanaan, who said they went a little bit too aggressive on his car. So if there was any feedback from Rossi, that's all it's going to be here for Rosenqvist. We'll see if he can slot into the fast 6 and bump his teammate out.
Oh, here we go. Final run then with a green flag coming out as well. I think, Josh, the big question is, are we going to see Rossi in the fast 6, or are we going to see right here, right now, Felix Rosenqvist bump him, the fastest driver yesterday in the running?
Well, we'll have to see good through turn 1, going through T2 now, gets as low as he dares, gets as close to the wall as he dares. Not close, not closer than a couple of others we've seen.
Yeah, looking okay. Turn 3 entrance speed is 2:39.162, so he's got time on it. First lap time coming for this wonderful livery, a Marlboro throwback as well, with white in the front and orange in the middle. It's a 2:34.534. Well, he's in. He's in. This is it. 2:34's on the board. A stunning time. Ferrucci, though, he's still in there. He wants to be top of the fast 12 to know he might have a shot at pole position. Rosenqvist wants to take it. This classic throwback livery for an IndyCar at McLaren might just be making it once again in the return, Josh, as we come onto lap 2 speed.
Yeah, what is the lap 2 speed as he exits turn 4? We'll have to see. It's a 2:34.22 average speed, 2:34.377. He's still top.
He's still top with 0.3 of a mile an hour to play with at the exit. Don't forget, if he goes down for your averages, this is our final run for the next hour as well of running, because we'll go in before an hour's break to get into the last row shootout, and then as well the top 6, fast 6 for pole. Last corner, Checkered flag will be ready in a lap's time. First, he's got to do the white flag. What do we see here on lap 3? Is it quick? White flag takes it 2:33.950. This is a stunning time from Rosenqvist. An absolutely stunning time, averaging 2:34.234. This will be the provisional pole time going into the Firestone Fast 6. This is McLaren's statement. We are here. We are not messing around.
Rosenqvist has got 0.3 of a mile per hour to play with to Santino Ferrucci. He comes round turn 3, goes into turn 4. Average speed currently 234.234.
The driver who said you won't have a seat in 24 unless you deliver in 23 has gone top in the top 12 with a 2:34.081 average time. It is a stunner for McLaren, and it's come from Felix Rosenqvist, a driver they didn't have confidence in 6 months ago. This is absolute insanity for Rosenqvist and McLaren. Ferrucci's happy. We have our top 6. It's Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, VeeKay, Palou, and then the old guard of Dixon, followed by O'Ward and Rossi. That will take us into the Firestone Fast 6. 5 youngsters and an old champion who is the best in the sport. What are we going to see for pole position at the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500?
That was incredible. Some really fast laps there. But we'll have to see what we get in the Firestone Fast 6. But I believe it's the last chance qualifying up first, which is in around an hour's time.
In around about an hour's time. If you stay with us here on YouTube, we're not going off air. We're going to be showing you the Grid Network pre-race show as well, which previews tonight's NASCAR race and the qualifying sessions coming up with a Bump Day exclusive as well. So we're going to be looking forward to that. We're going to stay on the YouTube stream, by the way, so we're not going off. So you know where to come back to. On USRN, however, we will be signing off shortly as well to get ready for the break over when Matthew comes back. And we'll be on main USRN for that. On YouTube, we're staying where we are. Rosenqvist watching on, looking strong. Fast 6 coming in an hour, along with the run for Bump Day. Ferrucci's looking happy. Let's confirm then. Top 6, Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, VeeKay, Palou, Dixon, and then that will then be followed by Pato O'Ward, the 6 going through. Let's go down pit road. We've got an interview with Ferrucci.
Calculated. How much more so is the run for the pole going to have to be?
Look, it's so tight. I mean, you're going against McLaren, Ganassi. Both of them have 4 cars in the hunt. I mean, look, we're going to have to be perfect. I mean, perfect among all perfect. But, dude, I think we can do it.
Just to have this opportunity, right? I mean, how special is that for you and this whole team?
It's incredibly special. I mean, the 14 crews work so hard. I mean, they've been away from Texas for so long up in Indy building this car. And, you know, Homes for Truth is such a great cause, too. So to be out here today, to be running as much as we are, to be giving the fans a show, man, I have no idea. This is fantastic.
Kevin, it would be pretty awesome to see an AJ Foyt Racing number 14 on the pole with Santino Ferrucci behind the wheel. He's got a shot.
We've got big drama. Those cars are fast. So are the Chevrolets of Errol McLaren. Felix Rosenqvist has been greeted by his girlfriend Emile as he climbs out of the car. You were surprised yesterday by the speed. Were you surprised today?
Yes and no. You never know. It changes all the time, and we saw some guys struggle, so it was really helpful to see my teammates go out in front of us. I think that was kind of key to the run, so big thanks to our McLaren team and all my teammates for giving good feedback. Team Chevy, I mean, yeah, we better our run from yesterday, and it's hotter, and yeah, it's just, yeah, don't know what to say.
So you get to go last in the Firestone Fast 6. How much of an advantage might that be?
Well, I think the weather is taking a turn at that point, and hopefully it goes a bit cooler. I think the bigger advantage is that we get some more time to cool the car, so we'll take that starting last. But yeah, let's do it again.
All right, you've been fastest in both sessions. He's got to do it one more time to win the pole for the biggest race in the world, Dave.
And unfortunately, Alexander Rossi won't be able to go for the Firestone Fast 6 or for the pole with a 2:33.1. You get knocked out, but you're just breaking it down there with TK. He came back with information for you to use. Over or under adjust the car to your disliking?
My dislike? No. What?
It was a great lap. It didn't get you into the Fast 6, though.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's tight. You know, it always is tight. But, you know, it was a great team effort. You know, I think to have 2 cars in the Fast 6 is great. We got all 4 cars in the top 12. Yeah, we just didn't get the balance right for these conditions, which is an excuse. 6 other cars did, but 7th is a good starting spot, and we'll see what next week brings. But overall, just a huge effort from Arrow McLaren, and hopefully one of the cars can be on pole.
Very good. All 4 in the Fast 12 for McLaren, and a strong day for Alexander Rossi.
So, positions 7 through 12.
Yep, they've all been settled, and this is how it looks. Row 3, we'll see Rossi, Sato and Kanaan. Row 4, we'll see Ericsson, Pedersen and Power. Your Firestone Fast 6, that sees Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, VeeKay, Palou, Dixon and O'Ward going through. A McLaren, an AJ Foyt, an Ed Carpenter, 2 Chip Ganassis, and 1 Arrow McLaren at the back. Well, this is going to be extremely fun. Right, I think they're going to sign off on Sky Sports F1 for an hour. We're not, though. We're going to get the thoughts of Josh as well. Then we're going to hand over as well to the wonderful team. In fact, we're going to sign off right now on USON. So we'll be back on the main USON 1 in an hour's time. We'll see you there shortly. But we're not going anywhere here on YouTube, so don't worry about that one bit, because over the next hour we've got more to bring you as well, including the Grid Network show to get into the action. And I just want to come to you quickly, Josh, as well, if we come to the battle screen again on us. What a run we've got to look forward to, because, believe it or not, we've got a fast Firestone Fast 6, but now we've got a bump day to look forward to and a top 10 shootout that nobody knows what's going to happen with. We're in for a real treat.
Yeah, that was an absolutely incredible top 12, just ready for the Fast 6 later on. But as you said, we've got the last chance qualifiers up next in just around exactly an hour's time. Yeah. So we will see who will get bumped. We will see what the last row will look like then.
So once more, as I just disconnect the visor, which is how we do the timing screens and everything as well, so that I can get everything open without everything, going crazy on us as well. We are going to be showing you here on the channel the All-Star preview for Grid Network as well. We've got several shows coming up for you, of course, this week. We've got a special pre-show on Grid Network as well tomorrow, looking back at everything. But, oh, see, look, it's already coming in, ready to talk to us. Right, I'm going to let Josh go. Thanks, Josh. We'll see you shortly as well, but just mute your background and everything. In fact, I better go... how do I go silent on Discord? That's what I need to find out as well, to go deafened. So we will see you later, Josh. Thank you very much. And we're going to hand over now as well to the wonderful team at USON, which Josh is going to put the link into as well, and enjoy the NASCAR All preview as well. The Grid Network on YouTube is at Grid Network. Go and type in. You'll find out all the information, but I'm going to hand over to them right now for a lot of action. So over to them. Well, I'm going to pause that because, unfortunately, it's gone a bit crazy. So that's the way it goes sometimes. At the moment, the camera's trying to do one thing, and all of a sudden the MacBook full screen and just decided, yeah, you want full screen? Okay, we'll put it in the fullest screen possible for some reason as well. I have no idea why it's done that. So we've got it set up here. Isn't that always the way when you try and do a YouTube thing sideways? Okay, here we go. Here's the Grid Network show.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Grid Live Pre-Race Special Sunday Edition. We have a lot to talk about. We have NASCAR All-Star Race, Indy 500 qualifying drama, Repco Supercar Series Grid ranking, much, much more. Joe Samaniego here along with Ben Schneider and Kobe Lambeth from the Podium Finish. A big thank you to our Patreon subscribers calling the show, Mark Robin, for helping us stay on the air. They invest in the Grid Network each and every month. Link in the video description to our Patreon, or buy me a coffee. You could do a one-time contribution or multiple cups of coffee, as some of our fine folks have done so. We'll read your name on the air as we see you have bought a cup of coffee. Ben, very exciting weekend we have here, starting with NASCAR, the Cup Series, at North Wilkesboro Speedway for the first time since 1996. They're hosting the All-Star Race, becoming the 5th track to do so. We know this track was dropped off of the season because smaller crowd, because of the capacity, much more rural location, and then of course NASCAR was booming back in the 90s. Now, one of the big things, SMI, which owns New Hampshire Motor Speedway, and Texas Motor Speedway, which took both of their dates, they're all now under the same ownership. SMI essentially gave the All-Star Race from Texas to North Wilkesboro. 27 years of fans also crying that they want this track to come back, including early on to Save the Speedway. Back in 1996, I was so hopeful to see this track come back, and now, so weird to say it's coming back and even having the North Wilkesboro Speedway logo, and so much has changed, including now 92% of Americans have internet. Then, after the last race, there was no social media to talk about should Wilkesboro come back. How special has this been to see this track that was left for dead come back and host the All-Star Race, which many felt was sort of done with after last year's?
Well, Joe, I said this much on Grid Tonight when this was first announced. This is an absolutely unbelievable day for NASCAR. The announcement was an unbelievable day, and this right here tonight is going to be an unbelievable day. Yesterday was an unbelievable day. It's just absolutely incredible that this is where we are right now. I think people really need to understand this doesn't happen. This does not happen in the world of sports. Like I can speak to my fellow Philly sports fans out there. Like, Veterans Stadium is gone. The Spectrum is gone in the city of Philadelphia. Like, a lot of times when sporting arenas and coliseums or whatever you want to call it, stadiums, when those teams move on or when the sport moves on, the stadium gets torn down. There's no crying to bring it back because you'd have to completely rebuild it from the ground up. Wilkesboro was just kind of abandoned, and they tried to bring it back in 2010, 2011 and host some late model races there. Those only lasted a couple of years, but this effort seems to be much more with the long-term future in mind. Bringing NASCAR back this quickly is just absolutely unbelievable how fast it's come together. And this is such a special weekend. I know everybody at the track is just absolutely thrilled to be there. Everybody within the sport is thrilled this is going on. People are saying that this is NASCAR's version of Field of Dreams, and I think that's an absolutely fair analogy. I don't know, maybe running Daytona on the beach again is the only thing that you could get closer to a Field of Dreams kind of thing for NASCAR, but this is just incredible. And I think, Joe, if you could bring up that graphic again, just, talking about where we were in 1996, it's been almost 10,000 days, and you see all the different things that have happened, how long it's been. I wasn't even born until 1999, so this is the first time I'm seeing NASCAR race here at this track. 15 new Cup champions, 8 new tracks on the schedule, 4 different U.S. presidents. The Red Sox and the Cubs broke their long World Series droughts in this time. We've had 2 popes selected in the Catholic Church. Tiger Woods had just gone pro. As you mentioned, Joe, only 7% of Americans had access to internet. Now I think it's the opposite. Only 7% don't have access to internet. And of course, the CART IRL split was going on at that time as well. That just speaks to how long it's been. And like I said, this doesn't happen. What other sport are you going to see something that's been dead and gone for 27 years on this stage come back in this way? It's just absolutely incredible. And I hope that NASCAR puts on a good show tonight, and I hope the fans have a great time, and I hope they continue to come back. I hope this isn't just a one-time thing where people are hyped and excited for the return, but then it starts to wear off. I think if people are serious about saving the Speedway, if you're in the Wilkes County area, if you're in North Carolina, you got to continue to come out and support your local track. And this is absolutely no exception. And this is going to be the test, I think, for a lot of people who are fighting to save their local short tracks. You have an opportunity now to prove that you're serious when you say, bring this track back and I will be there. I will support it. I will 100% make sure that what happened to it or what was about to happen to it doesn't happen again. This is that test now. So everybody in North Carolina, go out to the track, have a great time, and hopefully we'll keep this venue on the schedule for years to come.
Great point you brought up, especially Larry McReynolds. Earlier this week he said, hopefully this is not a Rockingham, where Rockingham came back for the Truck Series, dropped off. We still see fans out there bring back Rockingham. I think that's another discussion for another time. Everything you said, especially all the changes and everything we've seen since the last race in North Wilkesboro, one of the big things I feel, there's so much symbolism too as well. 1996, North Wilkesboro's last race. They were part of the first season of NASCAR along with Martinsville. I was hopeful it will come back in 1998 during the 50th season. Just add one more race, one last race at North Wilkesboro. That didn't happen. Save the Speedway. 2005, just get internet. See if this could make the change. That didn't happen. It just seems so many things didn't happen, and then finally, once the right people, especially Terry Parsons, Benny's widow, we had Dale Earnhardt Jr., and then Marcus Smith, SMI, because we know Bridget Smith was really adamant. He closed Wilkesboro, Vortex Moore Speedway. Marcus Smith, different story. And now, first time we're going to have the All-Star Race there, and that is the main point of business today. The All-Star Race, 200 laps with a caution near halfway, and there's only 3 sets of tires, because we anticipate if it's dry conditions, you're going to chew up those tires. We know almost everyone's going to take tires in the halfway stop, one before, one after. Depending on when the cautions fall, that's where the crew chiefs are really going to be trying to figure out a strategy plan. However, we saw yesterday, Ben, wet tire conditions because of the damp weather, so that could also be a factor as well too. The drivers saying they felt they got a lot of grip. Some they even saying they felt they have more grip on the wet tires than they did with the slick tires. But over 27 years though, since we last raced at North Wilkesboro, this track with the 2 lanes, many have said long green flag runs, side-by-side racing, but we've been seeing a little bit different than that, especially with the truck series where you could be side-by-side, but it was still, that bottom lane was the preferred lane. Do you anticipate seeing plenty of different strategies between the teams and when the caution falls?
Well, Joe, first of all, wasn't that wild yesterday? I mean, if you had told somebody 3 years ago that we're going to be having the All-Star Race in North Wilkesboro and they're going to be running a heat race on wet weather tires at that track, I mean, I think somebody would have looked at you like you were absolutely insane. But here we are, and that was truly a sight to see yesterday. You know, and kind of wild to see how fast those wet weather tires were. I mean, it seemed like, you know, I think Daniel Suarez was even saying that there was more grip on those tires than there were on the slicks. So, you know, an interesting sort of situation for Goodyear to find themselves in, I guess. But I think, you know, the tire situation, obviously this surface is very, very old. It's been, you know, heavily repaired, obviously, given the state of the track it was in for so many years. So it's certainly a bit of an unknown for these teams. Of course, they ran the heat races yesterday, and, you know, other teams will run the Open today and, you know, get some laps under their tires before the main event. But I think that, you know, you're seeing a very interesting sort of situation here with this next-gen car compared to what you saw in the truck race yesterday. So it's still a little early for me to tell. Obviously, you know, when you have the heat races, there's only, you know, a handful of cars out on track. I think once we get the full all-star field out there, we might see a slight different sort of style of racing as well. And obviously the longer race as well with, you know, whatever it's going to be 200 laps, I think. So, you know, it's going to be interesting. I think it's certainly an unknown for these teams, but the teams that historically have been good at dealing with the unknowns and figuring things out as they go along, I think those are the teams you're going to have to look out for today.
The teams you have to look out for, I think, are going to be the ones that have had some history here. Particularly, I'm looking at Hendricks, I'm looking at RCR. Roush Racing is going to be really interesting to see because Chris Buescher looked really strong. Some of the newer teams that don't have the data here, I think they're really going to be playing more by ear of how the race unfolds, how all the action unfolds. It's going to be really interesting to see if that the trend that we've seen all year long so far, stage 1, stage 2, very little caution, is that third and final stage. I'm curious if anybody's going to try to just save their tires, take it really easy so they don't use any tires until that first pit stop under the potential halfway point caution. If they could save 2 tires, because we might have multiple overtimes, we could have longer runs in that second half of the race. I think it's going to be really interesting to see if someone is going to get to that point where they could try to save the tires that far out. It's a tall task, but it's something we'll be watching for. Comment in the chat room. Northfield back to NASCAR. Amazing. Playing cool. Very excited to see Wilkesboro back in the schedule again. And of course, Daniel Suarez. He'll be leading everyone. First time I'm pretty sure a Mexican-born driver is going to be leading the field to the green flag at North Wilkesboro. Alongside him, Chris Buescher. Brad Keselowski said Chris Buescher has a very fast car, and he dominated that heat race. Suarez, he had to get around Chase Elliott to get that heat race win, to keep his pole position in a race that saw wet and drying conditions. Do you see either one of them taking the All-Star Race win?
Sorry, either RFK car or Daniel Suarez?
Sure. Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, I was very impressed with RFK in the heat races. I think they showed a lot of speed, but obviously, Daniel Suarez as well. I think track position is going to be, a little more important with these next-gen cars, the heat races or anything to go off of. I saw a lot of people, saying as much yesterday on social media, and I don't know if the weather and the wet weather tires had anything to do with it as well, but I think some people were frustrated that it seemed like there wasn't, as much passing, or it was much more difficult to pass in these next-gen cars when we saw in the truck race yesterday as well. So I think if Suarez can stay up there, and get good restarts whenever he needs to, and kind of drive away from there, I think he's going to be in very good shape. So I could definitely see him taking the win tonight, as well as Chris Buescher's there on the front row, or Brad Keselowski as well, not starting too far back there in the 8th position. So again, it's very hard to predict because it's something that we haven't dealt with in 27 years here, and certainly not in these kinds of conditions either. So going to be very interesting to watch, but absolutely those guys, they all have a shot taking the win tonight.
The win tonight will be really huge for either one of those drivers, especially Chris Buescher. Won at Bristol last year in the night race. He got in looking very strong. Of course, he was one of the drivers that did the Goodyear tire test. Tyler Reddick, Austin Dillon were the other two for their respective manufacturer, Toyota and Chevrolet. And one of the big things, they added notes from that tire test. Yesterday, as you mentioned, Ben, in that race, in the heat races, they got to test out how the track races. Granted, different conditions, should be dry conditions today. Today we're going to have also the All-Star Race Open. Those drivers trying to get into the All-Star Race, they did not race yesterday. Nothing. So they don't have any of those notes the All-Star teams do. We know it is very hard to win from that transfer spot. Do you feel it's a bigger gap now compared to other tracks like Texas where you're trying to get into the All-Star Race and win? Or is that disadvantage smaller since we are in a short track where aerodynamics, horsepower compared to Texas or Charlotte may not be an issue?
Well, I think it depends on who the fan vote winner is, or who is transferring from the Open here. If it's somebody driving for a top team that's in a fast car that just happened to not win a race last year and they had to go through the Open, or happened to not win a race last year and they have to go in through the fan vote, then I think absolutely they could drive their way up through the field. If the fan vote winner goes to, again, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus here, but there was a year where Josh Wise won the fan vote with Phil Parsons' Cup Series team at 98 car. It was kind of like one of the first major internet Reddit sort of, crowdfunding, not funding, I guess, because crowd voting, I guess you could say, sort of situations to get him into the All-Star race. I think he was just happy to be there. He wasn't, expecting that he was going to win the race or anything. But when the fan vote winner is somebody like a Casey Kane, who had shown speed the year, but he ended up going on to win the All-Star race from getting into the fan vote, it's certainly very much possible. So we'll see what the results are tonight. But I think, like I just said in the previous couple of segments here, I think track position is certainly going to be very important. So we'll see if there's an opportunity for some teams to try to throw some strategy into the mix there as well. I think you're certainly going to see some teams starting towards the back, already starting to think about that, because I think they realize that it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to drive up all the way through the field and be able to win the race that way. I think a lot of them are going to have to figure out some sort of tire strategy or pit stop strategy to leapfrog the field and, go on track position from there. So it's going to be interesting to watch.
It's going to be very interesting just seeing some of the drivers. Ryan Preece, we know he's good in the short tracks. If he could get in the top two, I would not be surprised if he tries to do a strategy where he just saves so much tires for the end of the All-Star race. Harrison Burton, I feel he could be with that momentum from Darlington, get up there, battle for the lead, potentially transfer in. And Michael McDowell, past Daytona 500 winner in this race. If he could get in, I think he's going to be turning heads as well too. And then of course the fan vote is going to be very interesting to see who gets in. We know Noah Gragson has been sort of campaigning for that fan vote. I think his comments about how he was not exactly excited to be at Wilkesboro probably isn't going to help him get votes, but it's going to be very interesting to see how it all turns out. Michael Waltrip, first driver to win the race from the transfer to the All-Star race. And Casey Kanaan, 2008 first driver to transfer from the fan vote and win the All-Star race. Very exciting 2008 year. North Wilkesboro, as I mentioned, is the 5th track to host the All-Star race, and very unique because it joins Charlotte, Atlanta, Bristol, and Texas. All of them SMI tracks. This event has not been on any other track that was independently owned or owned by NASCAR ISC back then. And after last year, Texas Motor Speedway, it mainly felt the All-Star race was sort of done for, calling for it to be removed from the season. That wasn't needed because it brought just a lot of negative energy and discussion after the controversial finish and the lack of racing. Now, depending on what happens today, should North Wilkesboro be considered to host the All-Star race next year or even a points-paying race?
Well, when you put it in the context of the All-Star race, I think it complicates the question. If you're just talking about North Wilkesboro, if this weekend goes well, and if we realize that this track, is in a position where it can host a full Cup Series field and a full Cup Series points-paying weekend and run a full race distance and all that, then I think absolutely that shouldn't be off the table, and I think that would bring this racetrack revival full circle. It's not just a Cup exhibition race, it's the Cup Series having a points-paying race back on this track that was abandoned and left for dead. It would really bring it full circle and just make it even more unbelievable of a comeback than it's already been here. My only worry is that if you do that, what happens to the All-Star race? Does the All-Star race go back to being a sort of situation where nobody really cares about it, or it's not nearly as special as it once was? Does it go back to being a race where we rotate it from track to track every year and it kind of loses its luster and doesn't have much of an identity? Do we keep it at North Wilkesboro? Do we have a situation where it's like it was at Charlotte back in the day, where we have the All-Star race and then North Wilkesboro's points-paying race for next weekend? How does that fit into this time of year with the Coke 600 and everything, also being in North Carolina? I think there's a lot to consider there as it pertains to the All-Star race. But as for North Wilkesboro specifically, absolutely, I think a points-paying race shouldn't be off the table. Now, the question then is which track loses its date. I would like to see a track that has 2 dates on the schedule lose its date so that we don't take a track off of the schedule entirely at North Wilkesboro's expense here. But I think, given how much hype has been surrounding this weekend and how much excitement has been surrounding this weekend, if they can find a way to bring a points-paying race to North Wilkesboro Speedway and do it right, I would be all for it.
Points-paying race at North Wilkesboro, I think, will be something a lot of people, like you say, will be excited coming around full circle. One of the big things I feel with the All-Star race, if this works out, I would be in favor of, okay, next year, same thing. Try to work a little bit better on what needs to be done for North Wilkesboro before it becomes a points-paying race in 2025. This is the first year. Can't hurt to have a second year. And I think that second year is a test because quite often the first year, that's a honeymoon period. Everyone's excited about it. That second year, will the fans return back? That will be a good indicator. So I think the All-Star race should be considered potential to return here next year. Of course, the racing is going to dictate that. And just, I think, the response we're going to get from the fans, too. If we see that demand, if Marcus Smith feels comfortable that, hey, this facility, we could do the points race, we can make it work, that'll be great. I think it will be only a 1 race deal, not 2 races like it did prior to its removal in 1996. It's going to be a very exciting time, I think, for the All-Star race this weekend. People talking about, is this bringing back the same excitement as before? It'll be really interesting to see what happens with North Wilkesboro Speedway and the All-Star race later today. Now, before we get into the Repco Supercar Series, we're going to bring back Kobe Lambeth for Indy 500 qualifying update, because we're going to be deciding who goes onto the pole. Well, not us, but the IndyCar Series at Indianapolis will be deciding who goes to the front row, the pole, and who goes home. Starting with who's going home, there is a very high chance it's going to be a Rahal Letterman Lanigan car. They brought 4 cars, 3 for their full-time drivers, and Catherine Legg. She is in the race in 30th, so she just barely missed being in this back row shootout. Jack Harvey, Christian Lundgaard, and Graham Rahal, they're all in trouble. The only non-Rahal Letterman Lanigan car, Stingray Rob, with Rick Ware Racing Dale Coyne. Last week, after the Indianapolis Grand Prix GMR Grand Prix, Christian Lundgaard got the pole, was running up front. We had mentioned if he was to get a podium, that would be a good day. Didn't get a podium, 4th place, and he said it felt like a win for the team. Kobe, starting with you. After seeing what happened last week and now this week, is Rahal Letterman Lanigan in bigger trouble than we thought?
I'd like to say that I'm surprised, but in reality, I'm actually not. If you've been watching our special coverage of Indy 500 practice all week, you might have heard me say that Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing has a history of not qualifying well for the Indianapolis 500, but they typically race better than how they qualify. But with 34 cars in it for the 33 car field, this is certainly a lot more pressure than that they were hoping for. Been in the last row shootout today is not ideal. It's a high pressure situation, and if you're Bobby Rahal, Lanigan, or Letterman, you have to be really, really concerned about today because there's a 75% chance that you can see one of their drivers going home here. And then when you look at all the changes that they made over the off season, bringing in someone from Formula One, bringing in someone who has over 30 years of experience working at Honda, and you make all of these personnel changes to try to get yourself on par with the top teams in the NTT IndyCar Series, and this is the result you get with your car struggling for speed. And if you look at the other race we had earlier this year at Texas Motor Speedway on the oval, Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing was slow there as well. It seems like their road and street cars program is pretty much hit or miss right now, but the oval program we saw at Texas Motor Speedway, they were in trouble. They were in trouble at the open test, and they're still in trouble today. So Jack Harvey, Christian Lundgaard, Graham Rahal, there's gonna be a lot of nerves on their time and stand because this is not an ideal situation to be in.
Now, Kobe, you hit the nail on the head there. This isn't about yesterday or this isn't about this week. This is something that I think, isn't much of a surprise, unfortunately, for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing fans and for IndyCar fans that have been watching this team. And I think we got to remind people, this team is not, a small team necessarily in the IndyCar series. We don't consider them to be part of the big 3 of the Penske's, Ganassis, Andretti's. I guess McLaren is now, maybe we've got a big 4 with how well they've been running over the last couple of years. They're not at that level yet, but they're not a shoestring budget backmarker team. They're a team that's won this race before in very recent history, I might add, with Takuma Sato just a few years ago. They're a team that has been in contention here in very recent history. They're a team that, is capable of winning races and I would even argue competing for championships most years. And Graham Rahal is a seasoned veteran here. He's been coming to the Speedway for a decade and a half. This is mind-boggling. To see how much amount of resources that this team has brought in, like you were mentioning, Kobe, to try to improve their program and continue to take the fight to the top teams in this series and to find themselves here. I mean, if Stingray Rob had found just a little bit more pace on his last run yesterday, we'd be talking about there being 4 Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing cars at the Indianapolis 500 and 4 cars that aren't locked in after day 1 of qualifications. And Rahal would have swept out those 4 spots and be guaranteed to have a car go home. Their only car that is in the field, Catherine Legg, and phenomenal job by Catherine Legg, by the way, being away from the Speedway for 10 years, coming back and guaranteeing herself a starting spot in next week's race. She was the 30th car, so it's not like she was at least up in the middle of the pack. All of their cars, it seems to be team-wide flaws that are bogging them down and putting them in danger here of sending one car home. And, if you're Rahal Letterman, if you're looking at this program here, you might think to yourself, if McLaren beat us, if Ganassi beat us, you know what? We can look ourselves in the mirror and say, you know what, fair enough. They're the top teams right now. They nailed the setup the best, and we can take next week in practice to get our setups closer to where they are and compete with them on race day. But, you were out qualified by, again, no disrespect, but these teams don't have the budgets you have, much less the big teams in this series.
mean, Able Motorsports coming down here with a single car with RC Enerson. I got to apologize to RC Enerson. I thought it was a bump day lock. But he comes out here. He's safe. Junko Salinger Racing, there's not going to be a bump day drama with them back like there was in 2019 when they bumped out McLaren. I mean, those teams are in the field, yet Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan Racing has a very good chance, a 75% chance, like you guys mentioned, at sending one of their cars home. It's approaching Andretti 2011, Penske 95 levels of failure here if they end up having to send one of their cars home, because it's unbelievable that we're sitting here talking about this with a team-wide flaw and error here this massive, given the resources that they've put in, the fact that they're still not in the middle of the pack even, let alone competing for the Fast 12 or a spot up there. It's crazy that we're sitting here talking about this, but at the same time, I suppose it's not all that surprising.
It's just crazy to think. I especially will say a year ago, I would not say Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan will be in this situation. The way this year has been going, they've just been struggling. I would not anticipate 3 out of their 4. And if I was, I would think Catherine Legg being so long from the Speedway, but Jack Harvey, Christian Lundgaard, and Graham Rahal, this is an absolute disaster. Even if they get all 3 in, I still think that organization will be relieved they're not going home, but still probably feeling horrible that we don't have that great of a car. We don't seem that competitive. Granted, it's a long 500-mile race. The chances of winning, especially from the front row, very, very slim. Follow-up question for you all, starting with you, Ben. Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan, they get their entire back row, let's just say. So none of them are going home. But is any of those drivers, Lundgaard, Harvey, or even Graham Rahal, could their time driving for Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan be coming to an end by the end of the season, or maybe earlier?
You know, I don't know if we could go that far based on just one bad Indianapolis 500 qualifications here. Like we were mentioning before we came on the show, and like you were just mentioning, Joe, as well. You know, Christian Lundgaard, you know, just had a shot to win last week on the road course configuration here at IMS. You know, so you know the team I think has some positive things going for them right now with their drivers. Obviously, none of those things are being seen this weekend here. I don't see them giving up on Lundgaard. You know, just because, you know, let's say he's the one that fails to qualify here. I don't think that would, you know, cost him his job or anything. But I'll say this much, you know, about Graham Rahal here. And by the way, I don't think Graham Rahal is going to be the one that gets bumped. I know Kobe predicted that in our group chat that he might be the one. I think they're going to give, you know, all the setup that Catherine Legg had to get into the 500. I think they're going to prioritize Graham's car and get him in. But I think that, you know, if you're Graham Rahal here and you look at this situation, there have been rumors swirling that he might be interested in going down to an Indy 500 only schedule in the not too distant future. You know, you've got to remember that he hasn't always driven for his family team. He drove for Ganassi for a little while. Newman Haas is where he got his first win in his, I suppose, first IndyCar start. I know they've since merged the old Champ Car records, but that was a phenomenal win that really put him on the map there when he was just a teenager. So he hasn't always driven for his family's team. Maybe he would go look elsewhere. You know, I think there would certainly be some changes that have to be made, because clearly the changes that have been made of this program, at least on the Indy 500 side, are not working. And, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. So you would have to change something up, I'd imagine, if you're the Ray Hall team, whether or not that's putting a different driver in the car as early as before the season's over. I think it's a little bit early to tell. But I think if this team does not get all their cars in, even if they do get all their cars in, like you mentioned, Joe, and they sweep the bottom row of the grid, that failure needs to be a wake-up call to everybody in this organization that something needs to turn around, something has to change, because this clearly isn't working for them.
For sure, and I totally agree with everything you said. And looking at the 3 drivers here, I'm going to start off with Jack Harvey. We've been talking about him a lot this season, how he needs to have a big year. And when they switched him over from the Hy-Vee ride to the ride that has several RLL associate sponsors, that was a big wake up call for him, since Christian Lundgaard has a lot more upside than Harvey does. Putting Lundgaard in that Hy-Vee car would, you know, give them a better chance of being more competitive, to be seen on TV and all of that, while Harvey had a big struggle last season with RLL, and the IMS road course is typically one of his better circuits on the IndyCar schedule. Last week had a good qualifying effort. Looked like he was going to have a good result, but ended up having a really disappointing finish. And now this to be in the last road shootout. If Jack Harvey is the one who gets bumped in this year's Indy 500, I think he would be the RLL driver who'd be in the most trouble of not coming back next year. I'm not sure if that would mean a dismissal early in before we end the 2023 season. I don't think it may not cost him his job, but I think Harvey is certainly on the shortest leash of all the RLO drivers. Christian Lundgaard, I think he has plenty of potential. If he decides to leave, I think it would be because of grass is greener somewhere else, to try to go to a more competitive team to really allow him to truly show his talents. And Graham Rahal, Ben, you mentioned all the rumors that are swirling about him and his future. You know, he made some comments over the weekend that kind of rubbed some people the wrong way, thinking that he's better than the car that he's given. That if you put him in a better car, that he'd be able to show what he can do. And it would certainly be interesting if he decides to leave his father's team for a more competitive ride elsewhere if it opens up.
It's interesting. Right now, Jack Harvey, 21st in points. He has 53 points. So if he was to fail to qualify for this race, the drivers behind him, they'll easily leapfrog him into points. Santino Ferrucci, Simon Pagenaud, Connor Daly, Devlin DeFrancesco, potentially Stingray Robb, depending. Assuming if Jack Harvey didn't get in, he'll be in the race. And Benjamin Pedersen, 40 points behind. Graham Rahal, 15th in the points. I just find it very interesting if he would be the priority driver, because you have Christian Lundgaard, 9th in the points. Bigger points day, it would be huge loss for Graham Rahal to miss, because easily David Malukas, Marcus Armstrong, who's not in this race, but Rinus VeeKay, and even Augustin Canapino could overtake him. It's just really a tough situation for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan. I think if Jack Harvey fails to qualify, considering how miserable last year went, how this year is not going good, I think he will be really on a tight leash. And if he doesn't deliver the next few races after the Indy 500, I would not be surprised if Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan has another driver that could take that seat, maybe at one race weekend, giving that driver another shot. It's going to be very interesting what happens. Christian Lundgaard feels pretty safe. Graham Rahal, I highly doubt he'll be leaving anytime soon, but it's just going to be really interesting to see what's going to happen in this last row shootout. While we're all following down, of course, the pole is going to be decided as well, too. All the McLaren cars are in the Fast 12. You got Chip Ganassi racing up there. You got one Penske with Will Power. Rinus VeeKay with Ed Carpenter racing. Ed Carpenter just barely missed out. AJ Foyt. The big surprise, both their cars, Benjamin Pedersen, Santino Ferrucci, in the top 12. In fact, ahead of the Penske's. And of course, Andretti Osborne did not make the Fast 12. Kobe, do you see AJ Foyt the shock of them making the Fast 12? And could we see one or both of them in the front row?
And I just echo what everybody in the IndyCar paddock is saying. This is the effect of bringing in highly respected engineer Michael Kanaan to the program. If you can get one engineer on your team, it's Michael Kanaan. He's considered to be one of the best engineers that there is in IndyCar competition. And we saw him have quite a bit of success with Santino Ferrucci in the past, and as NBC has been alluding to all week, Michael Kanaan isn't just Santino's engineer here. He isn't just Benjamin Pedersen's engineer. He's basically like the head engineer of the team, working with both drivers, and you're starting to see him truly work his magic. Unfortunately, it hasn't really translated over to the road and the street courses yet, but for Indianapolis, it seems that the team has really hit a magical setup here. I was very, very surprised looking at practice for the Fast 12 today to see Benjamin Pedersen set a lap at over 235 miles per hour, and then 234 miles per hour for Santino Ferrucci. I'm not sure how qualifying is going to go for this team. I don't know if they're going to make it to the first row, but it would not surprise me to see at least one, either Ferrucci or Pedersen, make the Firestone Fast Six to go for the pole. I'm very surprised to see how well AJ Foyt Racing has run, especially since they've out qualified some of all the big teams and drivers that you mentioned. So I have to give a lot of credit to that program for all of the hard work that they've been doing to try to become more competitive.
Yeah, I completely echo everything you said, Kobe. I think that this is a huge win for AJ Foyt and that program. I'll tell you what, I don't know that they can take the fight to the McLarens and the Ganassis for the pole, but I would not discount putting at least one of them into the Fast Six, like you were mentioning, Kobe. And I think that regardless of how this shapes out, to be on the first four rows of the Indy 500 grid for a team like AJ Foyt Racing that has had some struggles in recent years, I think you have to look at this as a moral victory for that team, and huge confidence and momentum boost going into the 500 next week. And I'll certainly say this much: I wouldn't put winning the race past either of those drivers for sure. Ferrucci has put in some very strong runs in his short IndyCar Series career already at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So the pole, I think the raw speed might be just a little bit out of reach. I think McLaren or Ganassi is probably going to be a battle between those two programs. But winning the Indianapolis 500, I think the speed that the Foyt cars have shown, they're definitely going to be up in the mix.
I gotta agree, they'll be up in the mix. Santino seems to run really good at this track. If he runs a smart race, avoids the trouble, avoids mistakes, I feel that'll be one thing for this team to go mistake-free throughout the race when they're running up front, additional pressure compared to running mid-pack or in the back. They could be in contention for a win, and I think it'll be a huge story. And I think a lot of people would love to see if AJ Foyt, his team, was in victory lane at Indianapolis. But before we get to the race, we need to know, starting with you, Ben, who do you see taking pole for the Indy 500?
I feel like we're playing pick a winner, and I'm just gonna pick SVG for supercars or Max Verstappen in Formula One. But I think, like I've said, until further notice, it's very hard to bet against Scott Dixon for the Indy 500 pole. So I think we'll leave it at that. But I think certainly don't put it past McLaren. Felix Rosenqvist, Alexander Rossi, they both put down really fast times yesterday. I think they're going to be threats. But in terms of my pick, I can't bet against Scott Dixon. So I guess by default I have to pick him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Dixon do it again. Maybe Dixon will go out there and beat his record that he set just last year. But looking at the practice for the Fast 12 today, it seemed like the Ganassi cars really showed all their stuff. McLaren doesn't look as strong as they did yesterday, but maybe they have a little bit left in the tank, just saving it for when it matters the most. But I'm gonna go with the Ganassi. I'm not gonna go with Dixon, but I'm gonna go with his teammate Alex Palou, who's entering this with plenty of momentum, and right now they're having practice for the last row shootout, and at the moment Christian Lundgaard he set a lap 230.8, while Jack Harvey 230.1, still waiting for Stingray Robb and Graham Rahal to turn their practice laps. So we want to give an update there.
So crazy to hear the last row shootout, and it's 230 miles per hour, but we know 234 and faster even this morning.
Yeah, can we just drive that point home for everybody real quick? 231 miles an hour flat would not have guaranteed you an Indy 500 starting spot yesterday. I mean, it's not just the speeds that we're seeing up at the top of the grid, and these guys creeping closer and closer to Arie Luyendyk's record of nearly 237, getting up into the 235s, 236 range, perhaps even for a single lap. I mean, the fact that the last row on the grid is well above 230 as well. I mean, it's unbelievable to see the speeds that we're seeing this year at Indianapolis.
Unbelievable speeds. For my pole winner, I think I'm going to go with Alex Palou after yesterday being the fastest Honda. The first one, because then everyone talked about it was a sea of Chevrolets. I think he's going to get it done. He has some momentum. He always runs good here so far since joining Chip Ganassi Racing. I think he could be the pole winner and potentially my pick a winner. But we'll find out, of course, the next Sunday, because next Sunday on the big race day for the Indy 500, we'll have a special pre-race show, noon Eastern. As soon as we're off the air, switch to NBC for the big race coverage of the Indianapolis 500. Link in the video description. Cody, Ben mentioned about SVG being the pick winner, pick for everybody, and unfortunately, nobody has gotten to pick a winner right because SVG has not touched victory lane.
Yeah, and as I said, Joe, SVG is human, and it seems like he's finally come back to earth. And on a positive note, it's finally wonderful to see some parity in supercars. I think it makes it exciting for everyone. No, it's not really fun to see one driver run away with the championship, and it seems like supercars has finally reached that sweet spot where there's a lot of parity, and we have multiple drivers who are gonna be in contention for the championship this year. And yes, yeah, and so that the disqualification at the beginning of the year it turns out is really hurting SVG a lot. And the Repco Supercross Championship just wrapped up its 4th race weekend of the year at Simmons Plains Raceway for the Tasmania Super Sprint. For the first time this season, we didn't see Shane Van Gisbergen win a single race. In race 1, SVG didn't have the pace but managed to get a podium. Airbus Motorsport was too dominant as Will Brown took the win. In the second race, SVG crashed out after getting knocked off the track. His young Red Bull Ampol racing teammate Brock Feeney won this time around. In the third and final race of the weekend in Tassie, Airbus Motorsport kept his hot streak going with another win for Brown, who ended up on the podium in all 3 races, while his teammate Bertie Kostecki had 2 podiums. SVG managed to finish 4th in race 3 in a car his team only had a couple hours to repair. Still, the costly retirement in race 2 hurt him in the championship, dropping the multi-time Supercars champion down to 4th in the points. He's 172 points behind championship leader Kostecki, who leads Brown by 87 points, and Chaz Mosser in 3rd, who has 166 points back. Meanwhile, Airbus is ahead of Red Bull Ampol Race in the team's championship by 276 points, and Supercars will return to action on June 17th and 18th at Hidden Valley Raceway for the Darwin Triple Crown.
And of course, the Supercar Series was the only race series that was part of the grid ranking since Formula One's race weekend was canceled due to flooding and heavy rains in Imola. Taking a look at week 8 of the grid ranking, one surprise change in the top 5, that has to be Sebastian Ogier got around Shane Gisbergen. How did that happen? Well, Shane Van Gisbergen, rough weekend. Sebastian Ogier got ahead because Shane Van Gisbergen point standing total came down. Formula 1, all the drivers in F1 had a 0.95 point reduction due to the canceled race weekend. Since the grid ranking is adjusted annually for each series schedule, when a race is canceled and not replaced by another date, a small points penalty has been placed. This was implemented after the 2021 grid ranking season. No change for Sergio Perez or Max Verstappen. However, looking at the further back in the full grid ranking, Fernando Alonso drops from 15th to 18th behind Pecco Bagnaia and Autonic. Will Brown from the Supercar Series, the biggest jump from 16th to 8th. First time he's in the top 10. Lewis Hamilton dropped 4 positions, and Leclerc remains last in the grid ranking. Next weekend, the biggest race weekend with the Monaco Grand Prix, then the Indianapolis 500, and the Coca-Cola 600 for the grid ranking. F1 Academy update. Another race weekend in the books in Barcelona, and we had 2 first-time winners and 1 repeat winner in Barcelona. Emily DeHouse and Lena Buller both took their first wins of the season in F1 Academy. The repeat winner, Amna Al-Khabasi, becomes the 3rd driver to win multiple races this season. Marta Garcia extended her points lead though with a 2nd place finish, a 3rd place, and another 3rd place finish. So 2 3rd place finishes and a 2nd place. Hamda Al-Khabasi is still 2nd in the points, but only earned 1 podium, 2nd place finish in race 3 to DNF, and finished 5th in the 2nd race of this weekend. The F1 Academy now enters a long break to June 24th, 25th, and Zanderfoot, the halfway mark of the first season of F1 Academy. Full report on Friday show, The Women in Motorsports. Ben, as we get towards the end of this show, we got to decide who's going to win the All-Star Race.
That's right, Joe. Nobody, as you guys mentioned, got any of the Repco Supercar ticket winners correct. With Will Brown and Brock Feeney taking the race wins, we now enter the same standing, or the standings look the same, I should say, as they looked on Wednesday, but we've got an opportunity to get on the board here with the All-Star Race, so I don't see a name going first here, so I'll just throw it over back to you, Joe. Go ahead and give us your pick for the All-Star Race. Still can't believe I'm saying it, North Wilkesboro Speedway. How about it? But who do you have winning tonight's race?
It is cool to say my pick for the race win at North Wilkesboro. Never thought that would occur again. I'm going to go with the same car number that won the last race here in 1996, the 24. Going with the 24, William Byron. He's going to put together a solid run, get the win, and hopefully, if we see more North Wilkesboro in the future, just seems pretty cool to have the last race up to 96, the 24 one, and then the first race back, the 24 one. William Byron's my pick.
And I'm gonna go with the driver who's had plenty of momentum this weekend at North Wilkesboro Speedway. He's in his interviews. He's been talking about how he's so excited to be here. Seems to be super thrilled about his car as well. Even his posts on Twitter suggest that how pumped he is about this. I'm gonna go with the driver starting on the opposite side of the pole sitter. I think Chris Bush or RFK Racer have a good piece. He was so dominant last night in his heat race, and I think Busher can potentially get the job done tonight and get that $1 million. And before we throw it over to you, Ben, wanted to provide a quick final update on last row shootout practice. Kirsten Lundgaard still on top at 230.8 miles per hour. Then Graham Rahal, big improvement, jumps up to 230.6, and then Jack Harvey's in third there, which would take the final spot in the grid at 230.173 miles per hour. And then Stingray Robb right now, the one in trouble, 230.121 miles per hour.
Yeah, even there, it's incredibly close, and I wouldn't put it past Dale Coyne and Rick Ware's team to find a little bit of speed and bump one of the Rahal cars out. So certainly going to be something to watch there as we get in to the last row shootout later in the day. As for me, I tweeted it yesterday. I guess I'm going to stick with it now. I'm going to stick with Kyle Larson. Of course, he won the truck race yesterday. I know our Encore colleague Josh Birch is going to be thrilled about that on Monday's show, or tomorrow's show, I guess I should say. But I think Larson, looked very strong in the truck race yesterday. I know this is a very different car and very different setup and situation, but I think that momentum is going to serve him well, and he'll find a way to go into victory lane and complete the weekend sweep here at North Wilkesboro.
Seems very likely, especially with that Truck Series win. Try to go out there, have a good race. It's going to be really interesting. Of course, we'll recap the North Wilkesboro All-Star Race on Grid Encore tomorrow. And, of course, a lot of racing to cover with the Truck Series. I believe Joshua will be on the air as well, too, with some British touring cars. A lot of racing overall. And, of course, keep us on the air by investing in us through Patreon, where you get your name on the board. If we can hit $500 a month, we'll be at the track more frequent. We're going to have some busy on-track coverage for the Portland race weekends. We got the Xfinity Series coming in a couple weeks, and then Formula E later in the year. Buy me a coffee. That is where you set the amount. You could do a one-time contribution or buy multiple cups of coffee. Even buy a cup of coffee for your favorite on-air talent here at the Grid Network. And follow us on social media. GridRanking.com. All the latest articles from our writing staff there. Opportunities on LinkedIn, and of course Grid Ranking on Twitter for the newest Grid Ranking and Grid Endurance Performance Index, which will come out on Wednesday on Grid Tonight with Cody Lambeth, Matt White, and Joshua Birch. And then Friday, Women in Motorsports. Dan and I will recap the F1 Academy race weekend. We'll talk about a little bit about Haley Deegan's eventful day at North Wilkesboro, and much more leading up to Saturday, where we'll preview Formula One and NASCAR. Then Sunday morning, before the 107th run of the Indianapolis 500, our special Grid Life pre-race show for the Indy 500. For Ben Schneider, Kobe Lambert from the Podium Finish, I'm Joe San Diego. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time, and enjoy the races.
Well, a fantastic effort there from the Grid Network team. Thank you very much for all of them as well for getting that show. They were on the Grid Network as well. Now you can subscribe to the Grid Network channel. It is already, as the top billing suggests there as well, you are ready to go. It is the last row shootout that is coming up next as well, as we are coming forward to the end of it. Now we're going back to sync up as well with USRN and get Josh back in the comms box as well after we've been away. Omi's there too as we get back in, and we reconnect now as well with Josh and Omi. First to you, Josh. Hello, it's time for bumping. It's bump day coming up now. Hello Josh, it's time for bump day. We're getting ready for the bumps. We're live, by the way. Hello. Sorry, late call. Sorry, welcome back. Yeah, sorry, we're live. I forgot we were deafened. Matthew Owens is going to join us in the commentary box shortly. So if you can get the pictures, everything set up. We've got about 7 minutes until we go. Done?
Just restarting the laptop to make sure everything was working.
No worries. We've got some time. So get your questions in as well on the YouTube chat as well, where I can see you've all been chatting as well like crazy during the last hour. Who are these Grid Network people? They have no idea. Says Mark Evans. Oh, believe me, they do. Kobe works with NASCAR as well. Joe works with Portland International Raceway as the journalist as well. And Ben is a very successful pundit as well and journalist around motorsports. So literally... Trust me, they have ideas, and they are the American-based team. They are absolutely fantastic squad of people. A lot of shows to cover we've got going on as well. Joshua's guest, I think. Well, yes and no. We sort of dip and dabble. I work with the Grid Network. Grid work with me on things, but I mainly work for Grid Network on their Grid Tonight show and the preview shows, and every now and then the wonderful team hop onto our commentary boxes as well. Omi, are you around in the background of the proceedings of the commentary box? Hello. What did you make of that Fast 12 shootout then?
Yep, was very interesting. I managed to tune into the last few minutes.
Oh, we've lost Omi.
That's part of it as well.
There we go. You have to repeat because we just lost you at the end there.
Ah, right. But yeah, I did really enjoy it. I tuned in the last few minutes, so yeah, I did absolutely enjoy it. So I'm looking forward to the next. I'm looking forward to the next part of the final part as well to see who's going to be on pole as well. So that's going to be very exciting.
It's going to be extremely exciting. I can't wait for this one. USRN have gone live, and into the box comes Matthew Owens as well. He gets his everything. Set up with the cameras.
That was not Matthew Owens.
Oh,
okay.
It's you. You might need to resync your pictures about 2 seconds out of sync, just to let you know. So just go back a channel and forward a channel, and you'll sync back up nicely as well. So yeah, just go back and forward one, and then you're in sync. That's how I find it. So look at that. All getting set then for the last row shootout. The timings have reset themselves. We are just getting prepared as well with our data screens up here in the commentary box. As all comes in, I can't wait for this one, boys. Who do you think is going to get bumped? I've got a feeling it's going to be Graham Rahal. Josh, who are you thinking?
Same.
Definitely going forward with Rahal, yeah. Me too. Omi, what do you think?
It's wide open. I'm unsure, really.
It looks that way, doesn't it? Right, we're coming back on cam as well because Josh's camera's already set up for it, getting ready, but then we'll reintroduce as well. I think they're going to go to commercial, I've just been told as well. So USRN have started, they're going to go to commercial, then come back in and sync up with us here as well. Matthew Owens, who was with us yesterday on the call, going to be joining us. It's going to be last row shootout going out first, so keep an eye on everything we need to be. We'll explain to you how this format works as well. It's a great format for the last row shootout. There is, I'd like to tweet at Joshua Birch 99 as well. I hope I retweet it. If not, when I get to here, I am going to do that as well, but it explains everything on the last row shootout. I didn't retweet it, I've just retweeted it this second. So the Firestone last chance qualifying is positions 31 to 33 determined. Each car is guaranteed one attempt and may make multiple attempts until the time expires. Each car's most recent qualification speed will remain eligible for the starting lineup until the time is withdrawn or qualification ends. So basically, same as yesterday. 2 lanes, out you go. Because it's only 4, we've got an hour to play to see who's going to get bumped. Can't wait for this one. I reckon the big story will be Graham bumped, says Rod Brown as well. Veruktika says, I would love to sat down on the dock for a few drinks with a few guys on here. A lot of history and race fans for sure. The Brits, I would love to go over there across the pond and visit. Well, pleasure as well to have you on the call. We've been trying to get a Discord set up. Now, the Discord is set up fully, but we've been trying to get the voice call area set up. So without one of these days, like on a Thursday before a race, we can all join the Discord call and just have a big chat about things as well on motorsport for a couple of hours as well and see if that all goes fun. But it hasn't worked out just yet because there's a few issues with connections. So fingers crossed, we'll do an open event. And I know on YouTube now there's a you can go live with feature, so we're going to try some of those. We've got some interviews lined up as well with several people, I'm delighted to say, as we start the Joshua Meets program, inspired by Murray Walker with the Murray Meets. So it's Joshua Meets, etc. So I can't wait to see those shows coming on as well. Going to be filmed over the F1 summer break, and we were filming a feature as well for Monaco just a few hours ago. A nice little introduction to the show, and then of course we're going to get ready for the Indy 500. And a new feature I'm going to try and do with the green screen this year. I say it like it's still behind me, it's upstairs. We're going to try and do a walkthrough of all the cars that were going to be qualified for the 500 as well, in a nice long grid presentation, around about 10 minutes long. But also, we've got all the grid shows that we've done going to be edited up as well for qualifying highlights. We've got loads of action coming up as well. We've got a big pre-show planned for Indy 500 as well. That's going to go on here, I think, 2 hours before the start of the 500, which also, you might realise, clashes over with Monaco. But with it being pre-recorded, it doesn't matter. We can just sync up afterwards. So we are waiting for Matthew Owens to come in, because the green light's about to go on. Josh, who do you think is going to be quickest?
Well, I think we can agree that it's not going to be Ray Hall. Maybe Stingray Rob, or maybe, I believe, Lundgaard as well.
Jess says it's going to be a heartbreak for one driver to be the only driver not to make it to the Indy 500. I know, Jess. Bump day is going to be so harsh. I can't wait. It's very exciting stuff right now. It's time then. The last row shootout. 1 hour to decide who gets bumped and who doesn't. We're about to sync up with USON and the world feed as well. It's time. Who will it be? Stay with us here. We can't wait.
Most intense moment you can get in a race car.
To win the pole and to lead the field of 33 is an amazing achievement.
It means you were the fastest car on track.
You're leading the field of the best drivers in the world to the biggest racing in the world.
It would be so cool to get a pole here, to hear all the fans just cheering when you cross that finish line.
The drama of pole day / bump day is always really exciting. You obviously hope to be on one side of that and not the other.
33 cars in the Indy 500. There are 34 trying to get in.
Bump day's nerve-wracking. I've been on the bad end of that. I've been bumped. It's basically the worst thing that could happen.
Everybody needs to be spot on, otherwise they don't make the show.
It is a very stressful period of time.
3 of the RLL drivers, along with Stingray Rob, 1 of the 4 will go home.
It's time then. Who's going to go home? Go big or go home is the motto. Welcome to Indianapolis Motor Speedway for qualifying. Bump day is here, and I believe joining us in the back of the comment box is Matthew Owens as well, just getting everything set up as well. And he's here indeed. Hello, Matthew. We are all set. Boy, oh boy, are we going to be in an exciting run here today.
It's going to be a dramatic day, as I just told everyone over on USRN. We'll be rejoining over there here in just a moment, but it's going to be an extremely dramatic day. Thank you guys as well for having me on YouTube, and thank you guys for jumping on USRN, vice versa. It gets confusing, I know.
It does.
But it's going to be a dramatic day. Both of these sessions mean the world to these drivers. To win the pole for the Indianapolis 500, it is the biggest pole position in all of auto racing. There's no doubt about that. And then on the other side, the 4 drivers that we're about to see go on the track for the last chance session, the bump session, if you will, they're going to be running and feeling intensity as if they were going for the pole, but they're not. All they're focused on doing is just being in the field. If they qualify 33rd, that's perfectly fine for them for what they're about to go through.
Tensions are rising up as well. Let me know how long we've got left on USRN, and I'll let you do your introduction as well. So, Catherine Legg, she's in. So, track temperature, that's up as well, 125 degrees Fahrenheit. Temperature 78 Fahrenheit as well. 33 humidity out there. The temperature hasn't dropped that much since, an hour ago since we were last on. So, you have to really hope that for the Fast 6 it's going to be any different as well. How long are we on the clock with Matthew as well with USON?
Just 10 seconds.
I will let you go. Right, we're going to sync up then with USRN as we gear up for the Indy 500 qualifying.
We welcome you back to USRN's coverage of time trials for the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Matthew Owens back here with you, and now joined by the two Joshes over on JB Motorsports. Glad to have them with us as always, and now we're all synced up. You've heard probably 5 different intros now between USRN and on YouTube and so on, but now we are ready to go, moments away from the first car to roll out for the last chance qualifying session, the LCQ session, the bump session, whatever you want to call it. 4 drivers going for the last 3 spots on the grid for Sunday's Indianapolis 500. And like we just got done saying to the folks on YouTube, guys, it's going to be a dramatic and intense day. That is for sure.
Indeed it is, and we can't wait as well. Pleasure to be back with you again, Matthew, as well on USRN. We had the top 12 earlier on USRN 2. Myself and Josh T were absolutely going mental for it. 234s constantly as well in that weather. It was absolutely brilliant. And keep an eye on Santino Ferrucci as well, who's going to be in the Firestone Fast 6. He's a good tip for pole position, but so is Felix Rosenqvist. But right now, all eyes are on exactly which of the Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan racing cars could face the bump as well. It's all out there today. Should we hit down pit road, or should we introduce everybody else, Matthew? What's your call? Pit road?
No, let's take it to pit road.
To try to make it to the Indy 500. He works for a small organization, just about 20 employees at Dale Coyne Racing and 10,000 square feet. They're going to try to put him in the show this afternoon. They said he's done everything right so far this weekend. We expect him to take these 4 laps as well. Steve Letarte.
Well, Dave, those are the great storylines on pit road for the competitors that are here to not only qualify for the front row, but to fill out the field for the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500 a week from today. But there's no better seat to take in what is Speedway, Indiana than here. 10 stories above the yard of bricks at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 240 miles an hour is breathtaking at street level, but I will tell you this. Up here, the event, the enormity, everything about this is bigger than life. It's going to be a great qualifying session.
And away goes Ray Hall. Matthew, just introducing the rest of the team. We've got Josh T over there as well, ready to go. Josh, final qualifying. It's the fastest, but right now you've got to qualify the slowest.
Yeah, it is. The last chance qualifiers up first, then the top 6 up later on as well. But it's 4 drivers that go in for 3 places. Christian Lundgaard up first out on track on his out lap, then he'll go for a warm-up lap, then he'll get the green flag, do his 4 laps, as will every other driver as well.
Omi's in the background in the pit area as well, watching on with everything. Omi, what are you making? Your first Sunday at a 500. Is the tension palping for you as a motorsport fan?
Yeah, it absolutely is. Don't know what to expect, but all I know is it's going to be great to watch, it's going to be entertaining, and I'm really excited for this.
Matthew?
Well, I mean, it's going to be just a phenomenal day, no doubt about that. And the irony of having 3 Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan cars in the 4 that are in this last group shootout is just unbelievable. My heart aches for Bobby Rahal. He's been through this before 30 years ago, 1993, when he was the reigning IndyCar champion and missed the 500. He's got 3 cars in this session, one of them being Christian Lundgaard, who just took the green flag. It's time to drop the hammer on the last chance qualifying session.
Good through turn 1 and 2, who's taking the low line as well. Now you all get 1 guaranteed run here as well in the drop zone, but you could be facing it in the bump as well. Now for some reason my live grid is updating Catherine Legg down to the back. That's not correct as well, because this is the last row shootout. Harvey, Rahal, Rob and Lundgaard are the ones. Lundgaard in his first lap time on the board. Is it any quick as Catherine Legg watches on? It is 2:30.325, guys, and it's not the best opening lap time. We know they've got no pace, but that's really shocking.
But it is faster than his fastest lap yesterday.
Yeah, it is. Staying in 6th gear for most of the Corso, which is not ideal.
Yeah, that's really bizarre. He's shifted again up to 6th as well as he goes down the back straightaway and then drops it down into 5th into the corners. So he's unhappy with the car. And he lifted big time through 3 again. A little bit of a drift up as well. And he's just controlling it. Lap 2 average speed coming up across the yard of bricks. And it is 2:29.776. It's dropping, Matthew. It's dropping again.
It is, and the good thing for these guys is they get more than one go at it. It is not one and done. They have a full hour they can work with here, so this will not be his only run, I'm sure. And something else that I don't think have talked about very much is with 3/4 of these guys being teammates, what kind of strategy will they play to try to gang up on Stingray Robb and the Dale Coyne Rick Ware Racing team? Obviously, the goal at RLL is to get all 3 of these guys in. So how do they strategically play this session to try to gang up on the 51 team?
The idea is that after they do their first runs as well, is just hog the lane, make sure they're always out in front of them and just get every car straight there and stop Stingray Robb being progressive to the front. Lap 3 though, Josh, is down 2:29.371.
Yeah, he's taken the white flag, has Christian Lundgaard down the back straight into turn 3. Now he enters the bank in there. See how he is through turn 3. He's looking good through turn 3. How is he through turn 4? Looking good, but here he comes towards the checker.
He had to face bump day last year as well, started 31st on the grid. What's he done this year? It's an average time at 229.649 mile an hour. And as well, that's definitely slower than Catherine Legg's 231.070.
That is 2 miles an hour slower than his best 4-lap average yesterday.
He was 235 through turn 1 and 233 through turn 3 on that run as well. So it was definitely a lot slower than what we wanted and were expecting from the team as well. Next up out there on the circuit though, we're hopefully going to see as well down in the order. So it's 31st for Lundgaard, as you can see on your screens. So who's going out next then?
I believe it'll be Stingray Robb.
First one to gang up then. He's going to be second in the line. I tell you what though, Veruktika is saying that dude on the bottom is a magnificent stat and colour man. Get on the lead. Take it. Actually, hang on a minute. On ours, colour in our vocabulary in Britain, the colour commentator is the lead commentator. And it's pundit, isn't it, Josh? It's colour commentator, that's the lead commentator.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. I never get it. I always go with lead, co, pundit. Yeah. Anyway, this is the problems we get when we share the broadcasting. Both of us are too polite to sort of go after you, then after you, then after. It's like how do we work it? It's one of the things I love about it. Well, we only do it once a year anyway, as well. As they come through. Yeah, Stingray Robb's next out on the track. Matthew, this is going to be a lot of fun. Do you reckon the rookie can qualify, or is he going to get bumped?
No, they have shown tremendous confidence in Stingray Robb all weekend long. The team has. If you listen to the team, their statements have been, we haven't done our job, but he has done his job as he's about to roll off here, it would seem. Hopefully he will be rolling off soon. But, yeah, there he goes. Thank you. Yep. But he seems confident. They seem confident in him. But at the end of the day, this is a 21-year-old rookie. And you know when rookies come to this place, how very overwhelming this place can be for a rookie. Let's see what he can do for Dale Coyne and Rick Ware Racing. Remember his quasi-teammate, the other Dale Coyne car, David Malukas, did qualify well on speed yesterday. He'll start, I believe it's 21st on Sunday.
I love this. Oh, go on.
Is there any reason for Christian Lundgaard to take the checkered flag, then go round again as a cool-down lap, then go in? Is he allowed to do that?
Not entirely sure. You've got to go pushing, haven't you, straight away? But he hasn't taken the green, so they might have waved him off.
For Christian Lundgaard after his run, I think he took the checkered flag twice.
Well, they have been doing that during practice. I have not seen that during qualifying.
He did. He took it twice. Josh is correct. The official lap counter is showing up 4 laps. Lundgaard took the flag twice. So, we'll keep an eye on whether we see it here. Green flag, Matthew, on the opening lap.
And the warm-up lap for Rob was 5 miles an hour slower than Lundgaard's warm-up lap.
Oh.
Again, some drivers take that warm-up lap harder than others, but just putting it out there, 5 miles an hour slower than Lundgaard's warm-up lap. This is the upset story of this session, though. RLL is a pretty big giant in this sport. They might not have the success of Penske or Ganassi or so on, but it's Rahal Letterman Lanigan versus Dale Coyne Racing with Rick Ware Racing today. Who makes the field. This is the underdog bid right here for Stingray Rob, and his first lap is 230.064.
So not the best time to get off the line as well. I think it was, it's slower by 0.6 of a second to Christian Lundgaard, and that time's just going to drop as it goes as well. Now it needs to be at 229.649 as the average speed. At the moment he's put 31st. Remember, you've got to avoid the bump zone. That's 31, 32, 33. Then it's the cutoff. If you're 34th at the end when the timer runs out of this hour, that's it. You're over and done. So this is bump day at its finest. Second lap time is a 229.561, and it is already below that average time. This is not looking great at all for Stingray Rob. He's losing so much time, Josh, on the laps.
Yeah, his lap 2 speed was 229.561, which puts his average speed, his 2-lap average speed at 229.813, currently ranked 31st, but that is predicted to drop as he goes round to take the white flag.
This could be very close, Matthew, as well, for the final lap time as well. I've got no idea how he's going to do it. 229.514 third lap, so it's right about the same speeds, but it's still putting him 31st. Very close, isn't it?
It's a tenth of a mile an hour, the difference right now. So if Rob, if he could replicate a 229.5 here, he would go ahead of Lundgaard. So, boy, this is very close. Remember also the hottest part of the day right here. Track temperature is the hottest it's going to be. Probably in the 120s. I know, Josh, you probably have that information. This is the hottest the track is probably going to be all day.
It is the hottest. Go on. After you, sir.
Well, let's see. What is it? It's not fast enough. It's a 229.5, so he lost that 10th that he had, and he lost an extra 10th on top of that. So Lundgaard is in as of now.
I swear.
Lundgaard's time been deleted?
I think it has. It's gone off the timing screen, so I think Lundgaard has deleted his time from the board. It's still on our timing screens. Remember what Matthew told us yesterday, your lap time only gets deleted when you leave pit road in lane 1, not in lane 2. So if you leave it in lane 2, your lap time stays on. If you leave the pits in lane 1, your lap time gets deleted. So that's the rules you've got to follow up for this one as well. Works differently in this session. I'm hoping for 237 miles per hour for the fast 6. I can see you call it. Yeah, it's back. Good. I agree with Ruktuka.
Look at that. Yep, Stingray Rob has taken this checkered flag
twice.
2 times, so it is. Looks like everyone's doing it. Harvey is up next, but
double
look
call.
What separates Lundgaard and Rob? Exactly a 10th of a mile per hour.
I mean, so far off the bat, it's obviously a bit slower than Lundgaard. It's going to come down to how Harvey and Rahal do here. I mean, when you look at practice that they did this morning, it seemed like that's where the battle was going to be. So, I don't know, from his side, it looked like all smooth. He stayed flat, and he was on top of his tools. So, I know it's just going to be fingers crossed and kind of pray and see how these other guys go. But I'm definitely very tense for him right now.
I was going to say, you're in the race, but what is this like for you and for the team to watch and ultimately, just have to wait until 2 more cars go?
Oh, it means a lot. You know, this is also has a lot of effect on our race as well. I mean, it's going to be a big morale boost if we can get both cars in the race. I mean, if he drops out, I mean, it's going to affect on our side as well. So, fingers crossed. I really need him in this race for us, so I'm on his side.
Thank you, David. Kevin.
Dylan, let's think about the pressure that all 4 of these drivers are facing, especially younger drivers or those with uncertain futures. Contracts up, including for Jack Harvey. This is where careers are made, both on the good and bad side of things. And Jack Harvey told me this morning we're throwing a Hail Mary at it and hope it ends up in the end zone. But I'm going to stay optimistic. That's all I can do. That's my go-to. But both he and Graham Rahal said our car does not pull as well as Christian Lundgaard's. It dies in 6th gear, so that's concerning that Lundgaard doesn't appear to have the pace right now.
Wow. Wow. This is fun.
It has been unbelievable, the problems they have had with these RLL cars all week long. It's always something. And to the point that Kevin just said, it's always something for this team this week. And now Jack Harvey, who finished 9th in this race in 2020, now fighting for his 500 life. He has taken the green flag. Yesterday, he was faster than Rahal, but that was it. His fastest run only had Rahal beaten. It was a 2:30.098. So if he replicates that, he would go clear to the top in this session. But again, all of these guys that have run so far, Lundgaard and Robb, they have gone down from what they were yesterday. The track is hotter. It's hotter here by about 10 degrees. The track temp is also hotter. Let's see what Harvey's done on lap 1.
It's a 2:29.034, slowest of everyone.
Wow.
And that was due to a massive lift into turn 3. You heard the downshift as well. And Harvey is so slow in that Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. It looks like, as everybody feared, he could be the one being bumped. There is even a risk he could get called off. But it is one guaranteed attempt. So IndyCar are reluctant to do that unless you are genuinely so far off the pace.
Yeah, and really, IndyCar probably will not do it with 45 minutes remaining in this session. It would probably be a team call to do it now, which, I mean, again, yesterday you're kind of slow on your first run. You think, okay.
2:28?
Yeah, this is, goodness gracious. Yeah, this is, I don't know. They have thrown everything at these cars, and you just heard the report that they were going for a Hail Mary, and now they're slower. I don't know.
I'll tell you, this is unbelievable, Josh, isn't it? This is heartbreaking for Rahal. They have become the story when they should have been the delight.
Yeah, Jack Harvey really not up to the speed he should be. He comes across the line to take the white flag. His lap 3 speed was a 228.355, which is an average speed of 228.666.
Well, it's got the sign of the beast. Maybe it should be as well. Send that car back to hell and don't ask for a refund or a see you later card as well. That is absolutely terrible. Look at that. For a second I thought it said Lucifer on the car, but it's Luther. Just in front of the mirror there.
And nobody else that's run even had a lap in the 2:28s.
No, he's slow.
Golly, this lap's
2:27. Wow, 2:27.914, averaging 2:28.477. I think we found our bumper. And it's Jack Harvey. Oh, Bobby does not look pleased, does he? This is so... I just don't know what to say anymore. It's almost... It's not just almost, it is. It's heartbreaking to stand in the commentary box and watch this from Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, a great team and such a famous name in the sport, just failing for no apparent reason. They were good at Texas, but Indy's a different beast.
Yeah, it is. And now, if you're Graham Rahal, I know all of these guys in a perfect world would love for all 3 of their cars to get in, but if you're Graham Rahal, you're thinking, that's a big sigh of relief. Surely, as long as I keep it between the white walls, I can go faster than a 2:28.4. At least you would think so.
Gotta be. Gotta be. I wonder as well if we're going to see anything from Letterman as well. Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, such a big name in the series. Let's check in with Omi then. Omi, we've had 3 of the 4 runners with Rahal up next. Who do you think's facing the bump? I hope he's there. I always throw to him.
I think Harvey.
Yeah. I agree with you. Right, here comes Rahal then. Gets it out of pit road. This is just shocking stuff. Can he even get it up to speed is the question we need to ask ourselves. I hope so. But then again, He was facing bump yesterday. What was his fastest? I presume, Matthew, you've got the fastest time from yesterday in front of you. I don't on my list.
Yeah, he was the slowest of anyone in the 229s. But again, if he replicates that now, he would be faster than Harvey. This is the one of all four of them that one is the most shocking. A veteran of the series like this, he's ran 15 Indy 500s, so it's one, the most shocking, but two, as we've gone on throughout the week, and especially yesterday, he was the one that sounded the most defeated about it.
Yes.
I mean, Lundgaard, you would hear them talk to Lundgaard, he seemed confident. The team has been confident in Stingray Robb. Graham has felt defeated for about the last 48 hours now, and I just wonder what kind of place he's in mentally here as he begins this run.
Do you remember yesterday we heard an interview, I can't remember if it was in the practice session or just after his qualifying run, he said there is just not a 231 in that car. So he knows he's struggling to even get into 230. I mean, he's hitting that in the corners, but down the straightaway he hasn't got anything. Let's see what he's got then. Exit speed though was 227, guys, coming out of turn 3 as he takes the green flag. Can Graham Rahal qualify for the Indy 500, or is the legend facing bump day? It's the last of these scheduled runs in the last row shootout. 34 means only one gets the bump. At least you get more time to do extra runs compared to what we had previously. Was what, 37 cars entered just not so long ago? Took so long to complete this last row shootout. He's looking slow, guys, out of 3. And he's adjusting the car as he goes. That can't be good, Matthew.
That car has been mean-spirited all weekend long, too. One of his runs yesterday, he was turning right more than he was left. He's across the line. Lap 1 goes 229.615. That's only just faster than Stingray Robb's average. So, I don't know. Rahal's not out of the woods here.
I've got a feeling he's going to get bumped here, Josh, as well. We're just watching on, aren't we? This is heart-palping stuff, and his wife watching on too.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Graham Rahal's second lap time is to get a more to see how more it is as he exits the turn 4 banking, comes across the line. Lap 2 speed, so 229.298. His average speed 229.456, which puts him 33rd.
He's
with 2 laps to go.
He's in on the last. But one mistake, one lift of throttle like we saw from Jack Harvey, and it's all done, Matthew. It's good night, Vienna.
Yeah, and again, remember, Harvey had laps, 2 laps in the 228s, 1 in the 227s. So if Graham can keep from making a big mistake, he should be good. But as you say, one mistake would put him in danger.
Across the yard of bricks, his third lap is a 228.975. He just about holds on. The average is a 229.296. He's got to beat the Harvey time of 228.477. He's into turns 1 and 2, taking a bit of the speed. I'm hearing the throttle input. It sounds like he's sticking on it a lot. He's not lifting, but it's very, very close. And there's the upshift to 6 down the back straightaway.
But as long as he doesn't drop down to a 227, he'll be fine.
Last 2 corners then for Graham Rahal. Is it big bucks, or is it going to be over to cheers to drown the sorrow? Across the yard of bricks for Graham Rahal. It is third fastest in the session. It's 33rd. It's a 29.159 average. Currently, he's in, but in last place. Harvey faces the bump.
I'd have to say, though, that is probably the most consistent run Rahal has given us all weekend. It's not particularly fast, but that's probably the most consistent run he's made all weekend long. At least that part is maybe solved.
Fingers crossed, Josh, that we're going to be in for a smoother running. Now it gets complicated. Do you withdraw your time and go first, or do you wait in line to go again? There's only 4 cars. I would keep your time and not risk it, unless you're Harvey. Jump to the front. What you got to lose?
Yeah. Well, is Rahal going to be a smooth operator in this qualifying session, or will he drop to the back when Harvey comes out next? we'll have to see who is coming out on track next for their first of the second runs. I don't think I saw anyone lined up yet.
No, I didn't either. So no one's in the pit lane. So I think we'll have some interviews to let us all catch our breath and see where we're going. It's a double cool lap, I understand, to try and cool the engine, get as much oxygen into it as possible so that they can do quicker runs. But Bobby sat there in the golf cart as well. I wonder what hurts him more, when he was fired from Jaguar in 2001 or right here, right now, when all three of his cars are facing bump.
I just gotta think, and I don't want to go too philosophical on this, but Bobby, he is Graham's father, as you know, and you really have to wonder, as a parent, you don't want your children to suffer the same heartache that you once had to. And this has to be absolutely gut-wrenching for Bobby. He knows what it feels like to not qualify for this race, and now his son is in peril of possibly finding them pain out. That has to be so bad for him.
That's it for someone who's already qualified, of course, down in the pits with, I think, Kevin Lee.
Day in this hour brings.
Honestly, it looks like a terrible day. Firstly, I'm kind of glad to not be driving for a day after the stress we've had for a week. But yeah, this is not something I wanted to be in, and I don't feel good for these guys competing for it.
You still kind of had to deal with it yesterday, right? Just trying to get into the top 30. So what was the emotional strain like just trying to lock into the Indianapolis 500?
I can't describe it. I knew we were in a really bad position before the chassis change, and then after that, it's just about trying to put the thing in the window. And you just got to focus on your job. But I went through probably every emotion you can get in the last week, and came on the other side, and I just had a nice little lay-in this morning. And yeah, just happy to have a relaxed day for once.
All the other drivers, all four of these guys out here right now, going through those same emotions, Diff, as they try to lock into the Indianapolis 500.
Well, Callum Ilott was incredibly lucky to get into the 500 as well, considering that he almost got bumped out as well and had to face this shootout, but he managed to do it, and he's tweeted, so proud. So we pretty much did what others had 4 days of testing and set out to do as well, and we lose the Twitter image as well. So I presume that'll come on Peacock soon, and you can get hold of it as well, Matthew, tweet it out, depending how quick you are.
It's hard to explain how rewarding a result like this is after the last week. Just a big thank you to all involved.
There we go. Got it into it as well. Paper bag.
It is interesting, though, isn't it, that they only had a fraction of the hours that the other teams had, but a fraction of the hours that RLL had.
Yeah.
Not to mention half the amount of cars that RLL has.
That is true. Yeah.
Wow.
It's insanity, by the way. NBC have gone for an ad break, by the way, but we don't. Luckily, we
pretend to be surprised.
Yeah, luckily we've got Sky F1 pictures, and so we get to see everything because they're working on the 51 car of Stingray Rob as well. Got the engine cover off, trying to cool it. There's loads of shade around it as well because it is incredibly warm out there as well. It's a very unusually hot day actually for May in Indianapolis as well. But then again, it's been hot here today with a nice cool breeze. And I tell you what, Matthew, I'll tell you a little story here. I had a wonderful dream last night. Do you know what that dream was? I was flying over to America and I was going into the Indy 500 as well. It's been ingrained in my brain over the past 7 days of running.
Sorry, go on, Matthew.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, it's just, it's such a magical place.
That's
it
Tahiti.
Really is.
That's Tahiti.
If you ever get a chance to drive through the gate, like I did, you go. It's in the short chute between turns 1 and 2. You drive through the gate, and you go across that short chute, and then towards the museum. And when I got out of my car at the museum, and I looked. Facing away from the museum, you look to turn 1, you can't see it. You look to turn 2, you can't see it. You can't see the closest part of the actual track that you're standing near because it's so huge. But if you look this way, boy, you can see that pagoda and you can see that scoring pylon. And oh gosh, and the museum is just ridiculously amazing. I just, oh my gosh, I get goosebumps thinking about when I visited there. To me, it's the greatest arena or setting in all of sports, and it's just, I love it.
We need to call Ryan Merrin as well and say, look, please, can we come and do Indy with you next year? Please, just say to the radio. Let us do IndyCar radio with you all. We're good in the booth.
And I'll say this too: that scoring pylon. We were able to do a lap around the track. They give tours around the track, and you get up to that scoring pylon. It's 92 feet tall, and you look straight up, and it's like, holy cow, that's unbelievable.
Brand new this year as well, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, they did some work on it. There's now almost 5,300 LED panels in the scoring pylon. It's now digitally run with all sorts of different digital flashes and stuff that's way over my head. But yeah, and the pagoda that's been there since 1913, and that is just a glorious piece of glorious building. I'd love to go in there one day. Oh, I would love to go in there. Ninth floor specifically, that's where the captain is.
Yeah, I know you want to go right up there to the top and look over the best seat in the house. Wind's picking up here as well, actually, just looking with the flags as well. The racing capital of the world. I'll tell you what, you don't doubt it. No matter if Europeans think that Silverstone is Bethlehem for Formula One, they're right there. But the racing capital of the world, it's Indianapolis. Everybody wants to come here. It's part of the Triple Crown, of course. I suggest we should change the Triple Crown because Monaco's basically decided on a Saturday, put Silverstone as the big one you want to win. That is the birthplace of Formula One. Then you come here to Indianapolis, birthplace of this incredible series. Oh, hop over to Le Mans, birthplace of the World Endurance Championship. Make it the birthplaces, not Monaco. That was Poe that was the first ever Grand Prix anyway. Go on, Josh.
Are the teams allowed to cover the engines with umbrellas? Because I saw Stingray Rob had one umbrella on the driver, one umbrella on the engine, and an IndyCar official came and took the umbrella that was covering the engine out of the team person's hand and put it behind the pit wall.
I did spot that, and I didn't tweak that. I don't think you're allowed. That's covering the engine to cool it down, aren't they? Which is an unfair advantage. Ah. Yeah, I mean, right on there.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah, to be fair, what was that Eddie Jordan always used to say? The rule book was there as a guideline of how to get away with
Yes, that's right.
I love it. Eddie Jordan and David Coulthard, by the way, have started a new podcast for, what was it? For Formula for Success or something or other, which is FFS, which you can all have a guess of what that means. I think that's brilliant. That's brilliant between the pair of them. And,
I know it's post 9 PM over in the UK, but I can confirm it's not post 9 PM in the States.
Let's go down pit road as well. Marty Schneider's got some information about this jam.
Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon, whatever. Have you been in this position where you're just searching for speed and the clock's running out?
Well, it seems dire, but at this point, while you seem to have thrown everything over the last week, you can't put the car out there in unoptimal conditions. We see these cars sitting here. Mechanics and physics are still the same. The car must cool to a certain number. It doesn't matter if it drives better. It doesn't matter if you've made the right decisions. If you fight the system, if you put it out there before your engine is ready and to the right cooling temperature to make peak horsepower, then it's futile. There's no chance you're going to go faster. That's what makes this so frustrating is all you can do is sit and wait. You know you are going to have perhaps only one more really, really, really well-timed and one temperature sort of attempt.
So where do you start to look for things? I thought Callum Ilot's tweet we showed a moment ago was very poignant because he said, hey, we did in a few laps what everybody did in 4 days. They've got less than 30 minutes to find speed.
Well, remember, they kind of panicked and went to plan B very early. They were allowed to change chassis, as he mentioned in his interview. These teams are stuck with these cars. So at this point, you think they've kind of turned every knob, every wing. At this point, it's comparing the 3 cars because, remember, 3 Bobby Rahal cars in this group of 4. One happens to be the fastest, one the slowest. Compare those notes. Is there anything you can learn from your teammate?
And Kevin, it does not make it any better that literally all the media, all the fans are over here watching all these cars trying to make the field. That adds to the pressure, no doubt about it.
So Bobby Rahal has been in this position. You've seen the highs and lows, winning this race and not making this race 30 years ago. What are your emotions right now, and how did we get to this point?
Well, I mean, we're 3 of the 4 right now. I mean, it's kind of interesting because it really probably doesn't pay for Stingray to go out. He's in. Probably the same thing for Christian. I would doubt seriously that you'd see a big move in speed. A mile an hour, 2 miles an hour increase. From a time done earlier. So I don't know. They're also having to cool the engines off, which takes a long time. So the guy who's 4th in line, he may not be able to get the engine cooled down before he'd have to go out, and that's a problem. And in Graham's case, his rear weight jacker has failed, so that's created a problem. I mean, he still ran reasonably well, but without that, it probably would have been a bunch better. But anyway, just have to see who's going to go first.
Ideally, you'd like to wait until the very end and get the car cooled as much as you can and just give it one more go. But the situation is, for Jack Harvey, he would be bumping a team car. He would be bumping your son, Graham. The original thought was we might go early and try to eventually get the Stingray Rob. How soon do you send out Jack Harvey?
Well, I think, it's like one of those deals, isn't it? You wait as long as you can to keep somebody else from going out. So I haven't spoken to them, so I don't know what their strategy is, but if I were them, that's what I'd be doing.
Okay, we will see, and this is a team-on-team situation right here, and as he mentioned, the weight jacker failed for Graham Rahal. It did in his first qualifying run this morning. Graham told me it got better after that because they were able to address that, but still an issue. He may not have to use the car again, though, today, unless Harvey can find more speed. He might not even get a chance if Harvey goes out with 3 minutes remaining.
Oh, God, this is getting so tense now.
Okay, 2 things from that. First off, I don't know if Bobby was making much sense, and I don't mean that to be mean. I just think he is so flabbergasted that he and his team is in this kind of situation that I think he's just talking to talk, but he's not making any sense. He cannot possibly believe that this is the situation that his team is in. Secondly, can we stop hearing from Steve Letarte? He does not know anything about IndyCar. He doesn't know anything about the Indy 500, how to qualify for it. Can we not? Let me tell you a story here. I'm gonna tell a NASCAR story here. So I was watching the comments some yesterday on the YouTube stream, and you don't have a lot of NASCAR fans. At least you don't have a lot of people that are, touchy-feely, warm feelings about NASCAR. But so sorry, but I'm going to tell you. Steve Letarte was once the crew chief for Jeff Gordon, who won 5 times here at Indianapolis in the Brickyard 400. Well, in the first time that Gordon and Letarte came to the Brickyard 400 working together as driver and crew chief, Steve Letarte started the race. The race started with the 24 car on the track with a broken sway bar. So how about we maybe not ask him what's a good idea here at Indianapolis? By the way, because of a broken sway bar, Jeff Gordon lost 4 laps. Once they got it fixed, he made up all 4 of those laps and still finished 16th. So I'm a little salty about that because that could have been Gordon's 4th win in that race. 5th win, actually. No, it would have been his 5th. Yeah, 5th. There we go. So I'm a little bit salty about that. But anyway, I just wanted to tell that story. We have a car on the track.
Harvey. So they've sent out Harvey. He's got to. And he's withdrawn his time, boys. So he is currently not even qualified, but you're 31st and out. You may as well withdraw your time. Let's go. Are we going from pit road? Yes, we are.
His son's graduation today. So what have you guys got? Were you able to change anything? Were you able to learn anything on that run? How do you feel here as Jack goes out again?
The balance isn't quite where we wanted it. We're going to make a mechanical change to clean that up. Right now, we're just going out to cool the engine down. We'll be back in a few minutes, make the change we need, and hopefully go put it in the show.
Okay. As the track gets, or as the day gets a little further along here, the track temperature may be going up. Is that better for you guys? How do you feel about that as you're able to adjust for it?
It doesn't help us, but it's a situation we're in. We're going to have to cope with it.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
So they're going out to cool the engine, that's it. Now that's a cheeky method, isn't it? I love that idea.
You have the freedom to do that if you're last. Doesn't matter if you delete your time. So yeah, might as well.
I'm hearing loving it in the background of the shot as NBC go to an ad break. We certainly are. Here is looking to be a very interesting end to the last row shootout. How long is left on the clock? I'm counting 17 minutes, but we started late, so I'm thinking 20.
We are showing on my end 21 minutes and change.
Where are you getting your clock from? I need that clock.
NBC.
Oh, here in the UK, we're not getting that. We've just got qualifying, as you can probably see on your screen.
Yes. I don't know why it doesn't have that for you guys. That's a shame.
Okay, so we've got 21 left on the clock. Okay, so I thought we did start late, didn't we, past the hour? So we'll keep an eye out, but we're just hearing the hum right now of cars cooling, surprisingly. Third gear on the laps as well. That's why they've been doing doubles then out there.
Yeah. Well, do you want a little bit of an interesting, well, kind of interesting fact?
Always.
Do you know the name John Schaffner?
I don't.
3 times top 3 in the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Oh. He rings a bell, but mainly I was always on that as well with Shabin, but go on.
Well, in 52 minutes and 33 seconds, he'll be going to the ISS.
Oh, he's going to the space station?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Oh. Okay. Why wasn't he at the Nürburgring then?
Don't ask me. But he's currently on board a Falcon 9 rocket on launch, well, a historical launch complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center.
Hey, do you want to possibly die at the Nürburgring in 24 hours, or do you want to possibly die in space at the International Space Station? What do you want to choose today?
Well, I thought you would like that as you're a motorsports nerd and a
to be fair, I would probably pick space. I would love to. If I could see Earth, I'd love it. I'm the kind of person who, when on planes, doesn't watch TV. I stick earbuds in my ears, listen to some music, and look out the window all the time. I spent 3 hours there and 3 hours back from Barcelona staring out the window. And in one of them, I was in the middle seat as well, by the way. My friend got so annoyed with me because I was just looking out of the window the entire time. So, because we were kind of going, I was looking over him the entire time, over the window. It's fantastic. So, yeah, that's why I had the window seat on the way back. I just loved it.
There was a comment on the YouTube feed from Upright Fossil that says they might settle in Asheville, North Carolina. Says he can't take the Kentucky humidity anymore, and being in the West End near swamps and the river is no help. Asheville is a lovely place, great scenery. I would, yeah. If you settle there, I think you've settled in a good place.
I don't know. Do you know, I was thinking about what it would be like to live in America. Even just visit it as well. I don't think I'd ever want to leave. Again, back to the dream I was having last night as well. As I just get rid of some flies. So, I don't know where I would live. I really don't. Or, well, I don't know. I'd like to live somewhere sunny, warm, but not too... I was thinking, I think LA. I honestly think LA.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, well, that's a hot place.
I know. I thought as soon as I said it, I was like, LA. I think I love it. I don't know why. I'd love to visit LA.
Well, Seth Eves is in chat. Hello, Seth. And Seth.
Hi, Seth.
And And now, Josh and Josh, you know why Matthew hates Steve Letarte.
We do! Should we hear more?
Yes.
Down to pit road?
That is one of the multiple reasons, yes.
Run the risk of that last guy going out at 3 minutes on the clock and bumping you can't get back in. So beating 2 cars is a lot better than just beating 1.
So if they would happen to go out and supplant you in that second spot, then it's a possibility that you're already cooled down, you'll be ready to go.
Yeah, we're ready to do another one if we have to.
Okay, very good. And the margins here are very close, guys. I'm going to have my cameraman, Eric, make a move to a set of tires here. And Dale will appreciate this. The tire specialist asked me to kindly not cast a shadow on his set of tires because he said, everything is so close here, your shadow could cool these tires down just enough. He said, I'm not taking any chances. Could you please step away from the tires? And I very kindly obliged.
And now we know why we had the umbrella over the engine, cooling it down.
Well, and as he says, it is so close. I mean, the difference between 32nd and 33rd right now is 0.4 of a mile an hour.
That's insane.
It's so close. Yeah. Well, Larry McReynolds used to always say when they went to North Wilkesboro, ironically enough, that's where they're at tonight.
And they're all there as well.
USRN. But he used to always say he would tell his team members to pick up the tires and carry them to the pit box at North Wilkesboro. Do not roll them, because North Wilkesboro's pavement would chew up tires so much he was afraid by rolling them, even at human pace, that it would degrade the tires.
He's probably right knowing this thing. Seth says, Knoxville, Tennessee, Josh, we'll have you singing Rocky Top in no time as well. I'm over there. I'll be loving that. To be fair, if I was to move anywhere, it would be somewhere which is passionate with NASCAR. Has to be. Because that is just such a brilliant bunch of fans and people to be around as well.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting bunch of fans, that's for sure.
Or I could I could rent out one of the apartments at Charlotte and live there.
Well, what you do need to do is you need to come over to Charlotte, and we'll have you at the we'll get you to the Hall of Fame.
Oh yes. I need a road tour. That's what I need. I need a few months off. So what we need is another reason for Formula One and all the other motorsports to stop. But isn't COVID, where I can then hop on the plane. See, right? Let's have a fuel shortage. Where I am. How do I get there? Okay. All right. What do we need? Let's have a tyre shortage across the world, and then I can get to these places, and we can have it as well. Road trips.
Oh my.
What's the shortest championship we do? And I'll just do that. Formula E. I'll do Formula E, and then I'll have way more time to everything else. Touring cars only 10 weekends of the year. Brilliant.
By the way, we are down to 15 minutes.
Hey, we have a clock now.
Hey, we've got it. Brilliant.
Oh, yes. Very good.
I know we're
now, here's a comment that he said. Well, it's Upright Fossil says, you guys are all wrong. Talladega, Alabama. There's no way I could live in Talladega. I'd love to go to Talladega. There's no way I could live there. It is way too hot and humid. Yeah. I'm not into the hot weather. The North Carolina humidity is too much for me.
Now, I'll tell you what.
Time anyway.
I'll move in with Darrell Waltrip there. I think that'd be a fantastic partnership. I don't think me and Darrell Waltrip will probably never get anything done. We'll just be screaming loudly at each other as well, going, have you seen that? Look at that. Blah, blah, blah. Watching NASCAR races as well, just throwing popcorn at the screen, saying, come on. Tony Kanaan, though, has written a letter, by the way.
so passionate about it, but everything that he has said this month would lead you to believe that this will be his last. Now, if he wins, then yes, it will be his last. That's the perfect way to go off. But if he finishes where he was last year, top 5, say, I still have it. I can still come back and win this thing again. By the way...
Sorry, I've got to say, somebody restrain Seth Eves quickly. Taylor Swift's Trouble is playing in the background. Get him restrained quickly. I can hear Taylor singing.
Oh, Lord. Well, you should see his comment. He says, let's have Josh go to Florida and visit Ross Chastain's watermelon farm.
Hang on a minute. I've got my umbrella. And it's pointy at one end as well, so I can stab him up the backside to say, what are you doing? You're supposed to be racing, not crashing! What are you doing?
You just never know what's going to be said or done. You just never know.
This is why I have in the commentary box as well. My box of tricks is literally just everything that's ever been. I'll tell you what, hang on a minute. I'm going to take my headset off.
Taylor. Yeah, we can really hear Taylor now.
Anyone want a tricycle? I've got Ross Chastain's new car for next year. It's a Paw Patrol tricycle. I think he's about the mental age for it. What do you think, boys? I think it'll suit him. One very good owner. Apparently that guy's name was Larson.
Oh my.
Let's go down pit road, save us out of this mess.
Well, the idea now is for Jack to go out and actually pass Christian or shove himself right in front of Stingray. It's only a 1/10 of a mile an hour between the two of them, so it's going to be a tough one. And then we send Graham out right after him to push out Stingray as well. It's a stressful situation, but it is what it is. We're looking forward to trying to make it happen here.
Pressure-packed Lee, and this team has worked so hard from top to bottom to try to make this happen today.
I must say, though, at least they're playing something nice out there. I knew you were trouble. I mean, that's just everyone to these cars in the bottom 4 as well. As out on the track now, I believe goes Harvey again for a proper run. Can he get himself into the 500 is the question we're going to ask ourselves in around about 4 minutes' time. Get the answer.
Well, if this is a true run and not just a run to cool the engine one more time, then this is it. If he doesn't make it, he can't run again. I mean, he can, but he won't be able to run again competitively because everything will be warmed up and hot inside the car. They wouldn't have time to make all the changes. So this is it right here. He either needs to bump Rahal to get in, or if he doesn't, the next 7 minutes will be basically useless because this is the run that will decide who's in or who's out of the 500.
Seth says, when me and Matthew are anywhere close together, this is usually the end result.
That's the truth.
Going to take the green flag next time around as well. Let's see where we get. Are we going to see... I think, right, Lundgaard's safe, because he's not going to go out. Rob is safe. It's between Rahal and Harvey. 2 teammates. Oh.
Yeah, Rob is safe as long as Harvey doesn't bump him down.
Yeah.
To 33rd.
Because then Rahal's going to go back out again as well. Lundgaard's through, no matter what. I don't think we're going to see 3 times change here in 8 minutes. So he's in it. Jack Harvey gets the green flag, though, I believe. Does he? Yes, he does. Green flag is out. I saw that in the air, and we're on lap 1 now. Timing Titus hasn't changed.
229.159 is what he has to be.
He's nice through 1, averaging 230. Josh, what was his turn 1 speed? I can't see it on my timing screen.
Let me just grab it up here. What it's saying, 172.102, but I know that's incorrect.
Yeah, that's very wrong.
I think our timing screens have gone down and updated.
Yeah, you're right. And he upshifted and downshifted through turn 3. Right, timing screens updated. First lap time for Jack Harvey across the yard of bricks is a 229.393. It's not going to be good enough, is it?
No.
He would have to get faster each lap
Lap 2 might
Or
be
he
up.
would, at the very least, stay at that pace. If he has consistency to stay at that pace, it's good enough. But I just don't know if you have the consistency to stay within 0.2 of a mile an hour over 3 more laps.
Oh, again, the up and down shifts to 6th gear as well. It's just not paying off the way he wants it to. As he comes across, lap 2 speed is 2:28.968. The average is 2:29.184. He's currently ahead of Ray Hall, but not by much.
Golly, 3/100ths.
This isn't going to happen, is it? I would have bought, but you can't call me. This is it, as you say, Matthew. It's either it's all out or nothing, and I don't think it is. I don't think Ray Hall's going to have to go out again. What, with 6 minutes on the clock? This could be it. Bump day could be Harvey bumping himself out. I'm looking. Computer's predicting it. He's looking quite strong. Across the yard of bricks. What's the time? 2:28.941. He is 34th and out before we even start. You may as well back out, boys. You're not going to do it, I'm afraid. Harvey is bumped. There's no way he can do another run within 6 minutes. There's no way. Fuel, cool engine, that's it. He's out.
Yeah, they would have to change all 4 tires and try to cool it down as much as you possibly can. I just don't know if that's possible in 5 minutes.
Taken across the line, Matthew.
Well, Harvey completes his second run, lap 4, 2:28.416. The 4-lap average is 2:28.929. He missed bumping Graham by 0.2 of a mile an hour.
That's it then. With 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go, you may as well wave the checkered flag now. There's no time for Harvey to get back in or do anything else. Lundgaard, Rob and Ray Hall will be on row number 11 and will start right at the back for the greatest spectacle in racing. And it is Jack Harvey for Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing, who many predicted, sadly, has been bumped out of the Indy 500. Fortunate son for Graham Rahal. Unfortunate soul for Jack Harvey. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you look back. I was proud of that one.
Nice.
I was really proud of that one. Go on, Matthew.
It's heartbreaking to see anyone miss the 500, but Jack Harvey, he just has not been able to find any stroke of good luck all season long. Something seems to always be going against him, and we know careers are made or broken here at Indianapolis, and boy, the millions of dollars put into these programs that are spent by the teams, the sponsors, and so on, to come to Indianapolis and race, and to not even get a chance to start the race. I mean, they're putting 4 new tires on. I guess they're going to send them out again. I mean, again, you might as well. You have nothing to lose, except I guess maybe a car if you crash. But I mean, it's all in vain, because they spent all of that time trying to cool everything down, and they still weren't fast enough. So now just going back out 2 minutes after he completed a run, that's not going to do anything. He'll go slower than the 2:28.9.
Yeah, are we going to hear some radio? We're waiting for radio, but I don't think there is one. Oh, and now reverse. And now
Before
back.
time runs out or lead pit.
Oh, we heard some behind the scenes there.
Clap, NBC.
Well, I don't think we're going to see any different times there. We're on board with, I believe this is Harvey, as we watch him.
Yep, it is.
Right, flashback then in time. Where are we looking? Bump Day, May 23rd, 1993. Matthew, as an oracle, you know this pain.
Yeah. Bobby Rahal was the reigning IndyCar champion, and of course a past winner of the 500 in 1986. And they just could not get that car up to speed all month. It was driving the number 1 because he was the reigning champion, and pulled his number 1 down pit road, failing to make the race. This is the 30-year anniversary of that.
And it's one
And
of his
now-
cars not making the break. Poetic.
Yep, it would seem that one of his cars will not make it.
They're pushing him down to the end of pit road. There's 2:26 left on the clock. So if you start your run, Matthew, before the checkered flag, can you complete it?
Yep, you sure can.
Fantastic, because I know that the rule with the gun is as soon as the gun goes off, that's it. Even if you're on your lap, you can't finish it. That's right. Because I never heard it yesterday.
Yeah, you can complete it if you are on a run and time runs out. You can complete it. And I mean, again, this is one of those situations where we absolutely have to send him out, even if all signs point towards nothing good is going to happen. By the way, that 1993 Indianapolis 500. The one that bumped Bobby Rahal out was Eddie Cheever, who would soon go on to win an Indy 500 5 years later. And the pole for that race was won by Arie Luyendyk, who, of course, later we have a Dutch driver that could win the pole with Rinus VeeKay, as off goes Harvey with 80 seconds on the clock. He mentioned the term Hail Mary earlier. Well, this is it. This is their final Hail Mary. Roger Staubach and Drew Pearson. Let's see if they arrive on this run here.
It's not over for Rahal yet, but he may as well get out of the car. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, you're right. He might as well get out, because if oh boy, could you imagine the feelings for Graham?
Hang on. Is he going to make it across the line to take the green flag is the question, because there's 40 seconds left, and it takes 39 seconds at full speed to do a lap. I don't think he's going to take the green flag here. No, I don't think he is. I think he'll get waved off. I think they've miscalled it.
Right now, this is just crazy brutal.
Yeah. What do you think, Matthew? 25 and he's at turn 1.
I think because he is coming to the green, I think they would let him go.
They'll probably wave it off as well in case he doesn't have it. This is your last chance. Qualify. 9 seconds left on the clock. It's coming to a close. Will we see the checkered flag instead of the green? 3 seconds. 2, 1. Checkered is out. Now, does he get the green flag or does he get the checkered flag? That's a very important thing to see for Jack Harvey as he comes across the line. I'm looking up to the pagoda. It's green. He's been given it. So he gets a last chance and the Hail Mary to kick out Graham Rahal. I wonder if their own team will call foul on that, but he was out there before 2 minutes to go, and he's met it, I think, 30 seconds after the clock has struck midnight. It's back into a pumpkin, I'm afraid, for that car. No change, really. Probably be faster.
He needs this first lap to be in the high 229s.
Can he do better? Exits turn 4 with 2:29 on the clock. Can he get it across the line? Lap time across the bricks is 2:29.435, and so far it puts him provisionally 33rd. Rahal's overall lap time of average speed 2:29.159. So it's close, Matthew, but I think he's going to drop that time. I reckon this will be a 1:29.1, and then we're going to 2:28.
Yeah, he needs this lap to be basically the same. If they can just have it stay consistently 2:29.3, 2:29.4, 2:29.2 even, but he's got to have that consistency as he rounds turn 4 and gets set to finish lap number 2. Jack Harvey, what does he have for lap 2?
It's a 2:29.082. Average down to 2:29.258. It's still 33rd though. It's a 10th between it. 0.99 of a mile an hour is separating Rahal and Harvey from a seat in the 500. That is 2 tenths to call. Lap 3 is not going to be quicker. He needs to have a great 3 and 4. He's had a great 3. Exit speed at 3, though, was 200 and... I'm trying to look, but it's not telling me. 178, that's wrong. Cross the line. Lap 3, speed.
Oh!
He's up! He's up!
Whoa!
He's
found
it!
2:29.1, he's got a chance!
This amazing Indy 500 is going to deliver us one more surprise before we get to the fast 6. And it is that lap 3 was faster, a 2:29.176. Who is going to be bumped from the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500? Is it going to be Rahal or is it going to be Jack Harvey? Who is it going to be? Out of the line, run to the yard of bricks to take the checkered flag. Who starts the 500? It's Harvey!
Oh my goodness!
Back from the dead with redemption! Rahal is bumped from the 500 with a Hail Mary from Jack Harvey, who has hit the road again and done it.
7/1000ths of a mile an hour he did it. Redemption, thy name is Jack Harvey.
You never get anywhere better than an Indy 500 qualifying.
That should have never happened. There is nothing you can say that makes any kind of sense, but it happens at Indianapolis. And Graham Rahal is out.
On the 30th anniversary of Bobby Rahal not making it as well.
Like father, like son. Out.
There is nothing that makes no sense. There is no way that should have happened, but it did.
Symmetry has a cruel, mistress hold over the sport. You have to love the Indy 500 and hope it loves you back. And it seems to be cursing the Rahals. Anniversaries are always a dangerous time. The humiliation that was 30 years ago is brought back. It's no longer the fortunate son. Jack hit the road and he got back. Indiana has given him a chance to start the 500. And Graham Rahal is out! I can't believe it, Matthew. This is unbelievable scenes. It's the last second.
I can't even come up with words. Like I said, there is nothing in this world that should make that happen. That makes zero sense that actually happened. But it's the magic of Indianapolis. But let's give credit to Jack Harvey, too. He went out there, 5 minutes after making his last run. He knew he had to go faster, and he did. To go faster on lap 3 than he did on lap 2, that's impossible. That is impossible.
Let's hear from Graham.
Can't run again. You know, you're kind of stuck there. But, you know, as I said to these guys, you just got to be positive, and everybody puts a lot into this. You know, we just came up short, and I felt like, you know, Jack and those, I'm surprised. You know, I think with the heat soak and stuff, I'm really surprised, but, you know, you got to be, this place, it doesn't come easy, and it doesn't just happen. And we weren't good enough. You know, we were the slowest of our cars just on pure pace all week. And unfortunately that happens, but you know, you've got to be positive. You got to be humble and gracious in victory and defeat. This next year.
I can hear the emotion in your voice, obviously, Graham. How tough was this week for you personally to go through?
Well, you know, I knew from the start we were in trouble.
Oh my
Graham
God!
wants a moment, obviously, and
I can't. But he's so upset. I'm shocked, and we haven't even got to qualifying for the fast 6. Graham Rahal. I'm watching him, Matthew, in floods of tears.
That is the emotion of Indianapolis. Your heart breaks hearing that.
It's like the end of a World Cup final. You've got one team delighted and one in misery. The problem is here, they're both the same team. Oh, wow.
And this is no rookie, Graham Rahal. He was attempting to make his 16th Indy 500. Guy that finished 3rd in this race just 3 years ago.
I think he's got the best consolation prize, though, with his daughters and wife there. Let's hear from Jack.
No secret that it's been a struggle, and even honestly the first 2 runs in qualifying weren't awesome, and you know, the hope was that all 3 of our cars could make it. I hate that it was us who bumped Graham out, but I'm grateful to be in the race. This is such a privilege to be able to do this in the first place, and the stress of bump day is absolutely real, but it doesn't change my love for this place. I absolutely love it, and just grateful to be here, having another shot to try and compete.
This should be one of the greatest moments of your life when it looked desperate. It looked like it wasn't going to happen, and it did, but the celebration is muted, I think, because of what it means for the team and what it means for Graham.
Oh, it's bittersweet, mate. I mean, you don't want to knock your teammate out. You know, I think the goal was to try and obviously get all 3 cars in, and any moment that we get to compete at this place, I just think is amazing. And I just got to say thanks to the whole 30 team. You know, our people ready car hasn't been the fastest, but you know, the work that they have put in, the grit that they show, the determination. And before the last run, I said to them, realistically, do you think we can even like improve? And they said, yeah, I think we can improve. So just ready for this day to be over, honestly.
Logically, it did not seem like it would be impossible to improve. Each run, the car should be slower. Where did you find the extra speed?
Just in a bit of balance, mate, honestly. I think the first run we were scrubbing too much, and you know, I was kind of neutral. I was kind of neutral on the second run as well. So just, I mean, honestly, we only had time for a quick wind change and went out again. And I mean, just the format of this, you know, kind of sucks. You know, we got 3 efforts. None of the other cars even got 1, which I guess is testament that they had a better first run than us. But yeah, I don't know. It's an amazing feeling and an awful feeling at the same time.
Congratulations. He may be from England, but this is now a hometown race for Jack Harvey, who's lived in Indy the last 10 years, and he's in the Indy 500.
Matthew got an interesting comment here as well, saying from Vic Tucker as well. Vic Tucker, sponsors will dictate Rahal drives the race will be the story by Bobby Rahal. What do you think?
I said it yesterday that it would not shock me if Graham ended up in Catherine Legg's car. Graham is the lead driver of this team. It's the elephant in the room that has to be said. He is the son of one of the owners of the team as well. Catherine Legg, a one-off driver, and a one-off car. I do think it would not surprise me in any way if we saw Graham in the 45 car on Sunday. We'll see. James Hinchcliffe, when he failed to qualify for this race just a few years ago, there were talks behind the scenes between teams to try to buy a ride for James to get into, and he kind of stepped back from that. He said, I don't want to make it that way. And I'm sure those conversations will be had during the week. We'll see what Graham says about it.
I think Bobby did say that Catherine's driving the car, but anything can happen now.
You look at Hinchcliffe and you say, how noble of him to say, I don't want to make it that way. And it is. But man, if that question gets asked to Graham Rahal after the emotions that we just heard, that will just break anybody's heart if you're human. Wouldn't it be hard to say no? It would be so hard to say no. I don't want to race. I don't want to make it in that way.
I don't know anymore what we're going to expect to see. I really don't. I'm just going to change over headsets real quick. How long we got until the next session then? The big one. The 12 shootouts. The 6 shootouts, sorry.
Should be starting just about any time.
Yeah. It was meant to be starting now, but they
yes, 5:15.
The LCQ got delayed, so I'm guessing this will get delayed.
Right, okay. I was hoping that I would be able to change over from my headset to my handheld for a little bit as well and have some freewheeling. I suppose I can still do that. I can hear you all.
Yeah.
Just makes me a bit easier as well and gives less pressure on the ears for a little bit as well. So we've had the shocker as well. Bump Day hates everybody, it seems, as well. It's the day for the underdogs. Of course, I'm looking back to Kyle Kaiser when he kicked out as well Fernando Alonso, but Matthew, I'm a bit emotional about that. Bobby just gives an emotional tug of the shoulders to Graham. I've been there, kid. You can imagine him saying, I just don't believe that it's happened again.
I said it earlier when we listened to that last interview that Bobby gave. It sounded like he was just in a daze. Let's hear from him.
Indy 500, what does this mean?
Oh, man, I just got done crying. I'm working on breathing still, but I'm just so thankful. I mean, it's not a position you really want to be in, run in for the top 33, but we did it, and it's no doubt to the opportunities that God gave us. This crew around me, unbelievable. The Dale Coyne Rick Ray Racing number 51 Biohaven Honda crew. They're a gift. So they outwork me a lot of nights, and it's just my job to get in the car and execute. So we did that today. We did what we had to get in, and we're going to be racing next Sunday.
All right, good luck next weekend.
Thank you.
Dylan?
Christian Lundgaard is in the Indianapolis 500. You put a time up there and then had to wait for the better part of an hour. What was that like? How tough was that?
It was the longest hour, really, for no bloody reason. But I'm happy to be in it. Start 31st again this year. I did that last year too, so it's a bittersweet feeling for the team right now. But I think it's just clear we got to be better, not to put ourselves in this position. But right now, I just feel good for Graham. Looking at yesterday and the pace this morning, I seem to have a little more pace than they did. So I wasn't too worried to making the field, but obviously we wanted all three in there, and now one of them is out, which is not what we wanted.
Lundgaard will start his second 500 on Sunday.
So we are gearing up for the action to commence, and we are going to have all the fun here as well. How are we on USRN, Matthew?
Oh, we're good. Just to reiterate, 7 1,000ths of a mile an hour, 1/100th of a second, separating the runs of Harvey and Rahal.
I mean, you can't write this as well. I mean, you expect there to be stories, you expect there to be high drama, you expect them to be the unexpected, but you cannot ever predict what is going to happen. As soon as we had Rahal go out, it was all there. It was done. With 3 minutes left on the clock, we all said, no, that's it, he's done his run, that's it, all gone. I even came up with the says, Fortunate Son gets through and then hit the road Jack as well. It was completely off the cuff as well. And all of a sudden, they're bolting on tyres, they're going out there, and they get in despite not cooling the car. That is sheer performance from everyone, as we're now getting ready for the Fast Six as well. Matthew, do you want to explain the rules to everyone as well listening in and watching?
Well, the Fast Six, this is just one run from the 6 that made it through the Fast 12 session this morning. This is no clock here. It is one single 4-lap, 10-mile run for those 6 drivers. The fastest wins the pole, of course. Don't need me to explain that to you. And, this is amazing. The Fast 12 session was so exciting, just to see one who would advance. And then at the end, it got exciting. Could Ferrucci stay P1, or would Rosenqvist take it from him? And Rosenqvist did. So that was exciting. And then this bump session delivers, as it always does, I might add. And now, what in the world are we going to get in the run for the pole? It's the most coveted pole position in all of motor racing. And
away we go.
These 6 drivers set to take part in it. The fastest 6 from earlier this morning. And that should mean Pato O'Ward, they'll go in reverse order of slowest to fastest in that Fast 12 session. So Pato O'Ward will be first on the track, which he is now.
So here we are. Pato O'Ward, many picking a picker winner.
Hard with the engineers to have something under you that you're comfortable with. You give the car the input, but you have to let the car do the work. And you have to be able to read the car to see where the balance is going. If it's going to stay sort of neutral, if it's going to understeer, if it's going to oversteer, and then you have to be proactive with the things that you can move around inside of the car. Because if you let it get out of hand, then it's no good.
Well, he's putting it kind of bluntly as well. You make a mistake, it's pretty much end of it. So it's O'Ward, then Dixon, Palou, VeeKay, Ferrucci, and Rosenqvist. The top 6 reversed from the Firestone Fast 12 that you heard on USRN 2 earlier on in the day. So, picks for pole, gentlemen. I'll start with you, Matthew. Who's going to take the pole position?
Well, my prediction at the start of the day, which I put on Twitter with the preface that it will surely be wrong, and it was, because I took Takuma Sato. So now that I have a chance to refresh that pick, I'm going to take Santino Ferrucci. I think he's going to win the pole for Foyt, as the green flag has been given to Pato O'Ward. By the way, Pato has already secured his best starting spot ever in this race, his best starting position. in the 500 was 7th a year ago, a race that he went on to finish 2nd in.
So down the back straight away then, we're coming up to the end of the first lap speed. Pato's got it incredibly nailed in as well. 2:41 through turn 3 as well. Top speed 2:38.813. It's looking quick. We'll get the first lap speed, then I'll throw to Josh as well for his pick a pole. A Pato O'Ward across the yard of bricks. Who's it going to be? It's a 2:33.756. That's not the best run to start when we've seen 2:34s on the board. Josh, who's your pick a pole?
Santino Ferrucci, been looking really strong, been looking really good.
Omi, I guess you knew the question was coming. Who's your pick a pole?
Rosenqvist.
And what did you make of that magnificent bump we just saw a few moments ago as well?
It's all coming down to the ending, isn't it? Like always. Yeah, a lot of shocks till the end. I think this one will have some more of that as well.
Lap 2, Matthew, 233.490. Keeps the average at 233.623. I don't think that's quick enough for pole, is it?
Probably not, but it is a consistent run at the very least. And remember, when they had the practice session for the Fast 12, we saw laps at 2:35. But it's all about consistency. You've got to be fast and consistent. And so far, Pato, with these laps, only separated by 0.3 of a mile an hour. His teammate Rosenqvist was fastest in the Fast 12 session, so we'll see if he can compete with Rosenqvist. Lap 3 has come in at 2:32.9. 1 lap to go.
Oh, it's a risky call there as well. It's dropped the average to 2:33.402, so this is not looking a quick lap, Josh. Prediction, I think he'll start about 4th on the grid.
Yeah, it does look likely for Pato O'Ward. Not best 4-lap run he could have delivered. He's delivered better, if I remember rightly, throughout this week as well. He's coming round the final corner towards the checker.
Almost touched the wall at the exit. First one in the Fast 6, and O'Ward sets the benchmark at a 2:33.158. We're not jumping up and down for that. I don't think that's a good time there, Matthew. He's going to start way at the back. In fact, that's just quicker than what Rossi did, and he starts 7th.
Yeah, that is about, what, 1/10 of a mile an hour slower than his 4-lap run in the Fast 12 session.
I'm not going to throw it down to the pit lane, I don't think, because it's your favourite person, Matthew, as well. Screw it. Let's go over.
Is non-existent. I think it's only appropriate. If you're going to be the fastest this year, if you're going to sit on the front row or the pole for the Indy 500, you'll be the fastest ever to do it at a 4-lap average.
And if you'll notice, Diff and Hinch and Townsend, some shade starting to creep on the front stretch in turns 1 and 2 as well. That's only going to make the track faster.
Yeah, just.
And Dixon's up next, Matthew. This is going to be great for him.
Well, this is the guy that set the all-time record for the fastest pole run in Indy 500 history last year, 234.046 miles an hour. Will we go faster than that today? A lot of people think so, and this is a guy in Scott Dixon. He's won the last 2 Indy 500 pole positions. He is a 5-time winner of the pole position in this race. If he wins pole today, that gives him a half dozen, 6, which would level him for most all-time with Rick Mears.
How does that go? Pat a cake, baker's man. Bring me a dozen. I can't remember the rest of that. It's been a long time since I've watched Rosie and Jim. Anyway, pat a cake, baker's man. Bring me a dozen of something or other as well. I can't remember how that goes. I gently forgot. Anyway, green flag in the air to distract me as across the line comes Scott Dixon. Now, they all get 1 run, don't they, Matthew? Can they run again after this Fast 6? Because the time is closed down.
It's just the 1 run for the 6 drivers.
So, he set the record last year with the fastest ever 1-lap speed and the fast at the top. Are we going to see it with an average time coming through, Matthew? I don't think we are. 2:39 in the back straightaway into turn 3. Takes it at 2:39. I saw an average at. Yep, 2:39. 2:38. 4:65 at turn 3. He's not going that quick on the opener.
Well, we'll see what this first lap shows. I would expect it to be a 2:34, and it is. Oh, 2:34.1.
So that's a good enough time at the moment to stick him, guess where? P number 1, but there's bigger hitters
by
coming.
a full mile an hour.
That is just, it was a shocking lap from O'Ward, and he's my pick a winner for the race as well. I'm really worried about that one, in case I have to change it. Although Matthew's going to ask me that demon question after the qualifying session, as he did last year, to pick it in as well from the top. I got Ericsson right last year, and who knows I can get this year. Right, across the line, lap 2, 2:33.135. He's dropped a mile an hour. What has happened to Scott Dixon?
Oh, well, remember that C word, consistency. Well, that's not it. You do not want to see full mile-an-hour drop-offs from, especially from lap 1 to 2, because that normally means laps 3 and 4 will only get much slower. So I don't know. Pato might be back into this.
He's fiddling with the control as well. How much is that difference in track temperature causing him into it as well? Look, Josh, we've seen so many laps through practice this week. This is the busiest and untidiest lap I've seen from Dixon the entire week.
Yeah, well, his lap 3 speed is a 2:32.808.
Wow.
White flag in the air. His average speed is 2:33.374, which still keeps him first, but with 1 lap to go.
He has lost it massively, Matthew, as well. This is not going to be it. Look, he's still fiddling with the controls. The Chip Ganassi car has looked so stable throughout the week, struggling at the last hurdle to get on pole. Cross the line, it comes over to you.
With that being said, this is probably the latest in a day that any of these teams have ever run a qualifying run. Lap 4 complete, 2:32.483, and he is slower than Pato.
By
His
points.
Again,
7,000. 7 1,000ths of a mile an hour again.
Oh, it's 777, so who's hit the jackpot? Let's get on pit road.
I don't know, man, but Palau has been really strong. VeeKay has as well. I think the 6 car has a lot of speed. Hopefully this is good enough for front row. That's what I'm hoping. And it'd be awesome for Felix to either we stay on pole. I quite frankly don't think we'll stay there. But I think Felix can.
And you know you've already locked yourself into your best starting spot ever in the 500.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is awesome. My first Fast 6, and it's awesome for the team. I mean, I'd love to get this thing on the front row. I love how this car looks. I think the liveries that we came out with this year are just really, really cool. But yeah, it'd be awesome to share the front row with my teammate.
Good run. Aaron McLaren has done a great job this weekend, Kevin.
Just a few moments ago, before Alex Palou was set to leave, this message from his radio.
All right, Alex, to get where we are now, we have to go fast. Are you ready to go really fast?
Yes, sir. I'm so ready right now.
Copy that. So are we. Let's get it done.
Who wants to go fast? I'll go fast. Put me in. I thought that was NASCAR.
Okay, does that mean that they have trimmed that car all the way out?
Oh.
Because if they have trimmed it all the way out, he already went 2:33.7 earlier in the day. There's the green flag. Alex Palou, the runner-up in this race to Helio Castroneves in 2021. He's on it for his run for the pole.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. How quick can the fast Spaniard go as well, like a bull's chasing him behind? How much speed has that second Chip Ganassi car got to take us to the 500? Through turn 3, his best speed is 2:39.092 as well, but it's lap 1. It must be quicker than a 2:34 across the line. You're not going to believe this, guys. It's a 2:35.134. That is astonishing for Palou! It's straight to P1!
They trimmed him out, I think.
Surely not. A 2:35? I know I've been covering this the entire week of Indy 500, but I believe at normal pace I am going blind. What a time, Matthew, for lap 2. What on earth are we going to see here?
Oh, boy, gosh. Well, what will the drop-off be? If it's a small drop-off, then he is in big-time play for the pole. Here he is to complete lap 2. It's a 2:34.399. So the drop-off was 0.8 of a mile an hour. That's a pretty large drop-off, but 2:34.3 is still an incredible lap.
Puts the average to 2:34.764 miles per hour. Jess says he didn't go full pace earlier on. I don't think he's lighting it up now. Spot on as always, because that car is so trimmed as well. Coming out of turn 3 and 4, and a little twitch mid-corner through 3. Hopefully that's not going to adjust him too much as he comes across the line for lap 3. Is it still the average time for P1? It's a 2:33.930. White flag!
That's a good lap.
2:34.
That's still a really good lap.
This could be fast. This is good. A former champion of the series, Alex Palou. He had everything. He's got a win, he's got a pole, he's got a championship. One thing that's eluded him, he hasn't had an Indy 500 pole, and he hasn't had an Indy 500 win. As Matthew said earlier, it got denied to him in 2021 by the 4-time champion of Indy, Helio Castroneves. Can Palou start the dream after winning GMR? It seems to be a habit. You win GMR, you get pole, and you win the race across the line. And it's a 2:33.4 last lap. It's a 2:34.217 as the average speed. Palou moves to provisional pole by a margin. Wow!
That is 0.2 of a mile an hour faster than Dixon's pole run of last year. That is now, if it stands, a new pole speed record in the history of the Indianapolis 500. That is a mammoth of a run.
I bow. The Spaniard did it. And Chimp Ganassi has pulled out the big guns. Here's Scott Dixon.
Run ever last year. Now it's Alex Palou. You've won 5 poles. I'm going to guess you're thinking about next Sunday already. What are the chances for the race? Let's forget about qualifying. What do you have for next Sunday?
Yeah, I think the race car's been very good, but congrats to Alex there. Hopefully that holds. I know we've got a lot of stiff competition to come here yet, but that was definitely a mighty fine run. The run for us was just too on the nose, man. It was super loose, just scrubbing speed right from the get-go. But looking forward to next week. I think our race car's been very strong, as all the Ganassi cars have been, so hopefully we can be in that situation.
We're going to make you a commentator now. Does anybody have anything to get by your teammate?
We'll see. I hope not. I hope that Chip can enjoy another pole here, but obviously there's some strong competitors to come, and Felix has been super fast, same with Santino, so we'll see here in a minute.
Shake and bake. Shake and bake. And now it's the Flying Dutchman who impressed everybody in the top 12 shootout. Is Rinus VeeKay on course for a first ever pole position as he takes the green flag? Can he beat 2:35.131 on his opening lap? This has looked quick from Ed Carpenter Racing this morning after a few setup changes.
Wow.
Don't. Go ahead.
It's a 2:40.851 turn 1 speed. Alex Palou's was a 2:39.7.
Well, I was just about to say, do not count this guy out. He has started 3 Indy 500s. His worst starting position in those 3 is 4th. He has started on the front row the last 2 years in this race. His first lap is a 2:34, a 2:35.019, 2:35.019. If he can stay consistently in that window, he could rip it away from Palou.
Palou dropped, remember, 0.5 of a tenth as well on that opening run, and then he lost 0.8. Can he keep it consistent? So this is looking good. Rinus VeeKay needs a lap time at 2:34.8 at best in order to stay in contention for pole position. You'll see on the computer graphic, if you're watching along with us on YouTube, everything changed across the line. It's a 2:34.403. He's still got it. Average at 2:34.711.
That second lap is faster than Palou's second lap by 4 1/1000ths of a mile an hour.
It's just,
Wow.
it's millimeters. You can run all month in the month of May in the Brickyard. You can do every setup under the sun. But at the end of the day, it comes down to thousandths of a second. It is the closest form of motorsport in the pursuit of speed. And VeeKay is coming across to start lap 3, ending it with the white flag with lap 4 inside. And he is looking quick. And it's a 2:33.982 on lap 3 as he takes the white flag with an average of 2:34.467. Still P1, Matthew Owens.
His third lap faster than Palou's third lap by 5 100ths, and the ambient temperature just went down by 1 degree. Don't know if you guys have the track temperature on you, but the ambient temperature did just drop 1 degree.
Haven't seen the track temperature. It's dropped 2. Jack has dropped 2. I'm looking at the monitor, so he's dropping time. This could be really good on the last run as he exits the last 3 corners. Matthew, you've got to call this one.
Rinus VeeKay, a Dutchman, has had great success at this track on qualifying day many times before. Has he been able to take provisional pole? No! He dropped it by 6 1/1000ths of a mile an hour!
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is the closest 500 qualifying we have ever had across both days. It is so close to call, and now we bring in the last 2 who have been the fastest of the bunch, Ferrucci and Rosenqvist. What are we going to see as we crown ourselves a pole sitter? I can't believe this, run.
The difference between Palou and VeeKay in aggregate time was 4 1/1000ths of a second.
I'm actually giving myself a coughing fit.
Oh man.
It is time for
How
one
are we
of
going
the
to
fan
survive the next 2
favourites.
runs?
Santino Ferrucci out on track next. He's been flying.
Oh, has he?
Can a car with the stars and stripes take pole position at the Indy 500? This place would erupt.
He is from Woodbury, Connecticut. There has never before been a pole sitter or a winner of the Indianapolis 500 from the state of Connecticut.
Everyone watching on as well. Just staying tense. Just keeping it
AJ
together.
Foyt. This is an AJ Foyt car. The last time an AJ Foyt car sat on the front row for an Indy 500 was with Robbie Gordon in 2001. The last time a Foyt car won the pole for the 500 was Billy Boat in 1998. Foyt, of course, himself was a 4-time pole winner of the race.
Can he do it? Can he do the impossible? Green flag in the air for AJ Foyt's cars that have come out of nowhere in the past few days as well. Fast Friday was our first indication that they may have something, and he's so close to the wall at the exit of turn number 1 as well, with a 2:39.652 exit speed as he hurtles back down the straight. Is Ferrucci an unlikely pole sitter as he comes into 3 and 4. First lap time speed, reminder, must be quicker than 2:35.131 to stand a chance of even being in remotely contention as well, or even just a high 2:35. What's he got at the exit speed across the line? It's a 2:34.332, Matthew, so he's down already. I don't think we're going to see him as our pole sitter at all.
No, I don't think so, not unless he stays uberly consistent. Yeah, now, to be able to take it to Palou, your first lap doesn't have to be faster than Palou's, but it has to be in the 2:35s at the very least, and Ferrucci was well off that. Here's a guy in Santino Ferrucci. He has started 4 Indy 500s, and he's finished in the top 10 in every single one of them, including a 4th in 2020, driving for Dale Coyne. He is a contender for this win next Sunday. We thought he might be a contender for the pole, but I think that possibility is going away.
2:33.778 is his second lap speed, Josh, as well. The speed that was there this morning seems to have just died out as well. Nerves maybe on it from him?
Yeah, he's currently ranked 3rd as well, 234.055 as he goes down the back straight towards turn 3.
Might at least be a front row start if he can keep it together. That 3 average speed though is, well, yeah. Maybe not. I think O'Ward might take it. What's the third lap speed then from Ferrucci? At least we've got Rosenqvist next. Imagine if Rosenqvist from McLaren takes it. What a redemption that would be. Cross the line. 2:33, 2:28. It's still keeping him third, Matthew.
Yeah, and keeping him third over O'Ward by 6/10 of a mile an hour. Now that doesn't seem like much, but in this field it actually is quite a large gap, 6/10 of a mile an hour. So he might be able to hold on to third, but of course Rosenqvist still to go.
Last corner then. Coming up for Santino Ferrucci. AJ Foyt watching on as well. Looking cool and calm, but I bet his heart is beating faster than when he was racing a car. It's easier to be in it than he is watching it. Believe us, we do it a lot. Cross the line. Checker flag for Santino Ferrucci. Even AJ Foyt steps forward. It's a third place, which is a front row start with a 2:33.661 average time. And now, attention turns to Rosenqvist. The fast McLaren. Can he do anything? A driver who wasn't even allowed in the car, who was going to be bumped by a McLaren, was given this year to prove what he can do. I think he's done it already by getting into contention for the 500 pole. What do you think, Matthew? And this was Ferrucci's mistake on that one. As I said, got way too close to the wall.
Oh, yeah, he was. By the way, I just want to mention this one thing real quick before we go to Rosenqvist's run. I know after what we've seen in the Fast 12 session, there were some expectations that Ferrucci could win the pole, even though he's not on the pole and he might not even be on the front row. The worst he could start is fourth. What an amazing job by that young driver and that AJ Foyt team.
Let's hear from Rinus VeeKay.
But wish I had just a little bit more so tight. Should have took it down before this practice or had last lunch. But I mean, it's so close. I think we really had a shot for a pole position, but also I'm a bit spoiled to say that. So P2 still very happy. We don't win anything with this. The race is only the start to the race. So proud of the team, proud of the whole Binel crew, ECR, and yeah. We'll give him hell next week.
All right, Rinus VeeKay, he's always fast. You're going to try and finish the job next week.
So, who is it going to be? I have no idea. This is going to be absolutely brilliant.
Well, last year, Marcus Ericsson became just the second Swedish-born driver to ever win the Indianapolis 500. There has never been a Swedish-born driver to win the pole for the Indy 500. Here comes Felix Rosenqvist to the green flag to run for the Indy pole. This is it. The old McLaren livery, the 1984 McLaren livery, throwing it back to, of course, when Alain Prost won at Monaco in 1984. Can Felix win the pole? Can he take it from Palou?
This is intense times. Turn 1 was 2:38.813. Turn 3, 2:39.582. First lap time, reminder, 2:35.131 was the best opener from Alex Palou. What has that McLaren got? Is it anywhere close across the line? Or has Palou already got pole position? 2:34.602. Alex Palou currently stands on pole position, and he starts to believe it. He's starting to believe he's on pole position, Matthew. Rosenqvist can't do anything as the track temperature is fluctuating too much.
There's also never been a Spanish pole winner of this race, and when Palou won the GMR Grand Prix last Saturday, he became the first Spanish-born driver to win an IndyCar race on the Indianapolis grounds, be it oval or road course. And boy, he's on pit road. He is feeling the emotions right now, Alex Palou. He wants this pole badly. Lap 2, 2:34.233.
It's consistent. It's consistent. It's what we needed to see. The McLaren may not have the outright pace, but it is staying inconsistent. 2:34.417. And look, there was a smile, and there's a little bit of water drinking. Now he's looking nervous because it's getting close with Rosenqvist. Are we going to see even closer than what we've got? 0.006 of a mile per hour separate the top two at the moment, and it is currently going to be separated by even more so. I can't watch. Watch this one. Lap 3 and the white flag. 2:33.
I mean,
he's still got it.
This is unbelievable. It is It's 4/100ths of a mile an hour with a lap to go, 3 turns to go.
Who is going to take it? Palou or Rosenqvist? Average time 2:34.255. It's been the closest month of May for a very, very long time. The field is so much with so brilliant a bursting of talent. It comes down to 2. It's either Rosenqvist or Palou, the first in their country to take pole position. Who is it? It's not Rosenqvist. He's third. 2:34.114. Matthew, he's done it.
Alex Palou on pole for the Indy 500. Oh my goodness. Wow.
You can hear him cheering. Spain is delighted where Fernando Alonso failed. Alex Palou has picked up the mantle. One more to add to the belt. A victory. Poles. A championship.
Listen to the celebration.
This is the biggest of all. An Indy 500 pole. And can he win 500 miles, 200 laps, 2.5 miles per run? It all comes in 7 days' time. Wow!
Incredible.
It is the 8th pole for this race for Chip Ganassi Racing and the 3rd straight.
I can't. Literally, Jess says brilliant stuff from Palou. He looks elated. JUTP 2007 says 3 guys beat last year's pole speed. Everyone congratulating Alex. What a 500 we've got, Matthew. Should we hear from him? I think we'll hear from him.
Yes.
That was awesome, and Marty is there.
Winning the pole for the Indianapolis 500 means something. I mean, that celebration was worth it, Alex. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Well, it means the world to me now, to the boys, to everybody. We know it was going to be tight. It was really tight, but the 10-car crew did an amazing job. All the CGR team gave me the fastest car today, so super happy.
This might be the closest front row in history. How nerve-wracking was it to watch those cars go, try and knock you off one by one?
It was not ideal, honestly. It was tougher than doing the 4 laps all out. So, yeah, super proud. The work that they did all month, all year to get to this point. So, yeah, couldn't be prouder.
Also not ideal, Rinus VeeKay comes in, who will start second.
But also, look how it started. Yeah. Mexico? I know.
Also not ideal was that 4th lap. How tough was it? You told the guys, man, that was sketchy.
That was too much. We knew that we had to go aggressive, trim the car a lot to get a good first lap and try and be consistent. The 4th lap was really tough to keep it flat, but we did it. I knew it was one chance only, so.
Last Saturday, you won the Indy GP. You now win the pole for the Indianapolis 500. How do you feel about your shots for a sweep for the month of May?
We'll try. We'll keep on working. It's a long way for that race. It's a tough race. We're going to enjoy now the P1 on qualifying, celebrate with the boys, and get ready for next week.
There's no more coveted pole award than the one for the Indianapolis 500. It's been since 2019, Dylan, when Simon Pagenaud won the GP, the pole, and the race. Alex Palou going to try and do that here in 2023.
It's 3 straight poles for Chip Ganassi Racing. Does this feeling right here, this emotion, this excitement, does this ever get old?
Never gets old. That was a victory for every veteran across the United States today.
With the American Legion car, of course, leading the field to green on Sunday. Talk about Alex. I mean, he is just so precise. He is so on it all the time, and that's what he needed to be right there, and he did it.
He did exactly what he had to do. He'll be the first to tell you it was a whole team effort that got us there all week last week, all month. You know, he had a good weekend last weekend at the Grand Prix. And we're going to sail into the 500 starting on the pole. We're pretty excited.
I was going to say the race cars, too, seem to be pretty sporty. You feel good about all 4 of those for next week, too?
I feel good about my whole team. And, you know, we came here to win. And I want to thank the American Legion. I want to thank every veteran that's ever served in a war in this country. And it protects our freedom. And can't wait to celebrate on Memorial Day with the veterans.
That's right. It's Alex Palou, Chip Ganassi Racing, leading the field to green on Memorial Day weekend in the Indianapolis 500 next week, Dave.
Yesterday, at the end of practice, Felix Rosenqvist put up a big number. Everyone took notice, and you had a shot at the pole today. You knew the number. How close was it?
I haven't seen the times exactly, but yeah, I didn't really feel like we had the same speed this run as the previous one. Not sure why. I had to kind of look at it. But anyways, it's phenomenal to be on the front row in the 500. Big thanks to Aaron McLaren, Team Chevy, Entity Data. I mean, we're just super quick. And as I said yesterday, I think anyone can grab this pole, and it's so tight at the front. And that last run just seemed like some guys found a bit more than we did. But I'm just super proud of the team. Like all the four groups, really, they've been awesome, and everyone's just been helping everyone. And like this run in the end, the whole team was behind us and just tried to get everything out of this beautiful number 6 car. And yeah, I just missed out, but that's racing.
And as great as the company has been this month and even this weekend, you have to be looking forward to next Sunday.
Yeah, like this kind of torture is over now, especially for the guys. They're just like scratching their heads every time the car is out. So I'm not jealous of them, but it's good fun being in the car though. But yeah, big switch to the race mode now. I think, you know, we probably have some kind of a little celebration here. I think it was still a really good day for us, but pretty quickly the focus shifted to running behind each other.
It's a really good day. Front row for Felix Rosenqvist, Kevin.
When Santino Ferrucci crossed the line after finishing his qualifying run, you sounded a little bit disappointed. But your previous best start here is 15th. You're starting 4th. Are you feeling better about that now?
Yeah, I feel great about it. I mean, congratulations to Alex on Chip Ganassi. You know, I can't thank our team enough, AJ Foyt Racing and Homestreet Troops. I mean, these guys have worked so hard the last couple of weeks and months to prepare this car, and to start up front like we are, knowing that we got a great race car and a shot to win this thing, I'm so proud of the guys.
Lee, it is the best starting position for an AJ Foyt car since Robbie Gordon in 2001, and Super Tex won 2 of his 4 from the 4th starting spot.
Awesome job.
What a chance. There's the check. How much is that, Matthew? I can't see. $100,000?
Oh, that's 100,000, yeah.
I'll take it. If he doesn't want it, I mean, I'm free to take it. What's that over here? Around about, what, 80,000? Yeah, I'll do, mate. Clear some debts with that.
You would be able to go to a lot of tracks with that, Josh.
I'll clear some debts first, to be fair, before I start going down. Okay, wrapping up with celebrations. What do you usually do here now, Matthew, on USON? It's your call now. You've got the end of it. Where do you want to go?
Well,
what do you want to do?
I will say first, I found it very, very interesting when we heard that radio communication before Palou went out of, are you ready to go fast? Let's go fast. That was kind of like, that kind of felt like one of those sneaky messages, okay, we have trimmed this car out to its absolute limit. You've got the horse underneath you to win the Derby. Go out and do it. And he did. And that first lap at 235.1 was just, oh, good night.
Maybe a little bit of a warning to the other teams that radio
yeah.
message.
Yeah.
Right, let's get oh, go on, Matthew.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, let's get the thoughts of Omi, who's been watching in the background his first Indy 500 qualifying and is sort of around in the commentary box as well. Omi, if you're there, what on earth do you make of all this mess? Do you now see the appeal of everyone just driving around in circles and 3 commentators getting very loud about it all?
Yeah. Well, actually, I was on my feet as well, so I'm not laying in bed, don't worry. So yeah, I absolutely enjoyed that, and it was literally down to the last second where you didn't know if Rosenqvist was able to take it away, and it was so tight, and basically this is what it should be, where we don't know who's gonna take it right till the last second, and I absolutely loved it, and we're in for an absolute brilliant Indy 500 on next Sunday.
Absolutely, as well. Right, I know this question's been coming for a while. It was said to me last year where we go around. Go on then, Matthew. Do your usual of predicting it all.
Well, I can always try.
Yes, go on. Ask us the questions. Go on, ask us.
Yes. Who does everyone have to win this race next Sunday?
Can I go last? I went last year and it worked.
Sure, absolutely. Someone else go.
Josh, go.
Palou.
Ooh.
There have been 19 different drivers that won this race from the pole, so he would be the 20th.
Omi, you risking it?
Rosenqvist again.
Okay? In a wide open field with such fast qualifiers, I've kind of been on this guy for many months now in a Ganassi car. He's won this race multiple times before, and I think when the chips are in the center of the table, this is the guy. I'm still going Takuma Sato.
I'm going to say Rinus VeeKay will win the Indianapolis 500, but it won't be simple. I think he's going to work.
No, it's never simple here.
He's going to work for it, and I reckon as well it'll be a last lap maneuver at the line. I'm saying that.
We can certainly hope so.
I hope I'm wrong, because that'd be I might be screaming by the end of the day there, but wow. Right, we're going to sign off on YouTube, and then we'll let Matthew sign off on USRN as well. I want to thank everybody who has watched our coverage of qualifying as well over the past 2 days, as well as everybody who's tuned in throughout practice. It's not over, though. Monday, a special new practice session has been brought in as well. We will be live for that on USRN and on JB Motorsports as well. I think it's only like 2 hours long, so it's not too bad. We will then be back on Friday for Carb Day, which is when everybody switches to race trim and gets their cars shaken out as well in race run. Everyone goes out and it's like a Grand Prix. It's really good. And then on Sunday, we'll have a special build-up on JB Motorsports. A big preview show to film in the week for the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. My thanks, as always, to Josh T, to Omi, and to you, Matthew, for joining me in the box. On JB Motorsports, well, we've certainly had a run for it as well. The Fortunate Son was eliminated. Jack Attack has finally found his pace in that car. And who else could take pole than a Spaniard who won a week ago? The Golden Boy continues. Will he be able to take the 500? Join us in 7 days' time to find out.